Yes, we are.
All right, we're gonna see if we can get started. I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Committee of the Whole and Chair of the Council. Today is Friday, November 12th, 2021. The time is 12:12 in the afternoon. And this hearing is being conducted virtually via the Zoom video conference broadcast platform. This hearing is also being broadcast live on Council Channel 13 cable television. It is also available live on the chairman's website, which is www.chairmanmendelson.com/live. And this hearing, of course, will be available on a permanent basis on the council's website, which is www.dccouncil.us. The subject of this hearing today is PR 24-393, entitled The State Superintendent of Education, Dr. Christina Grant Confirmation Resolution of 2021. This legislation was introduced by me at the request of the mayor on Tuesday, October 5th. So that was roughly 5 weeks ago. The stated purpose of this resolution, PR 24-393, is to confirm Dr. Christina Grant to be the State Superintendent of Education and head of the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, otherwise known as OSSE. OSSE serves as the district state education agency and is responsible for a myriad of issues such as early childhood education, including IDEA Part C services, responsible for such services as K through 12 academic oversight, special education, including non-public tuition schools and compliance, student health and wellness, administration of federal grant funding, administration of the district statewide assessment, that's otherwise known as PARC, responsible for collecting, managing, and analyzing education-related data, responsible for post-secondary matters, including the administration of DC TAG and other scholarship programs, and responsible for Higher Education Licensure Commission, adult education and linkages to workforce development, and the district's Special Education Transportation Division, otherwise known finally as OSSE buses. That is the Office of State Superintendent of Education, and Dr. Grant is proposed by the mayor to be the superintendent, the new superintendent. She's been serving on a acting or interim basis. The record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks. That is, the record will close at 5 p.m. on November 26th. Again, the record will close at 5 p.m. on November 26, 2021. This hearing is going to be a little awkward in places because former council member William Spalding passed away about a week ago, and his body is being brought to the district building at 1 o'clock to lie in state for several hours. And so I'm going to have to recess the hearing at about 12:50 in order that I and any other council members present in the building can be there to greet the family and Mr. Spalding's remains. We will recess for probably about a half an hour, then resume the hearing, and we may have to recess again around 3 o'clock when the body departs. Mr. Spalding was a council member from Ward 5 on the first elected council after we received home rule in 1974 and served through 1986 as the council member from Ward 5. With that, let me turn to colleagues if they have opening statements. What I'd like to do is see if we can get to the opening statements and then the first three witnesses who are representatives of the State Board of Education. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for making time to speak with us today. The Office of the State Superintendent for Education, better known as OSSE, is the district state education agency responsible for state-level oversight of all local education agencies in the district, including monitoring and distributing federal grants. OSSE is also responsible for overseeing our childcare sector, managing special education, transportation, managing student health policies, including COVID testing, and managing data across all of our public schools. It's a lot. Dr. Christina Grant is the mayor's nominee to lead the agency and take on this responsibility. In my conversation with Dr. Grant, I was impressed by her experience, her depth of knowledge and passion for education and children. But for a role as consequential as state superintendent, heading an agency in need of repairing significant public trust issues, questions still remain. So what I'd like to hear more about today is her vision and approach to improving the agency and taking it to the next level. Specifically, I'm interested in hearing more about 4 main topics. 1, improvements to OSSE's data management system. The auditor released a report earlier this year that identified ongoing issues with OSSE state level management of data. When we fail to track students, particularly those who change LEAs, we can contribute directly to the school to prison pipeline. Progress is happening, but we urgently need bigger and bolder changes. Our students can't afford for us to simply be incremental. In the past, when we've asked about this at hearings, we've heard progress is happening, things are going, but I need a superintendent who's going to make sure that this is something that we take on and we do so urgently. The second is early education. Over the summer, the council funded an historic investment in our early childcare system to pay childcare workers the wages they deserve. We know from years of research that childcare programs provide critical early education foundations that can chart future learning for our kids. We also know that paying competitive educator level wages to the educators who nurture these foundations will improve our city's education continuum, not to mention help us close gender and racial pay equity gaps. Under Dr. Grant's leadership, I expect OSSE to be engaged and partner in getting funds out the door this year and beyond to invest in our early child care educators. That includes taking urgent steps to scale up the early learning division with the staffing and tools needed to be effective and administrators of these new funds. I also would like to hear Dr. Grant commit to implementing the goals of the Birth to 3 law and building out a more connected and comprehensive early learning and care system that achieves affordability for every family in the city. The third area, OSSE Department of Transportation. I have a great respect for the director of this program, but this is the area where I've heard most of my constituents' complaints, outside of COVID. But in just 2 short months of this school year, I've already heard from too many alarming issues from Ward 4 families alone. Students aren't getting picked up on time. Children are left for hours at schools in the afternoon. Some can't be accounted for. Transportation aides are disengaged. And one parent noted they had the police called on them when they were just trying to get their child to school. So we are talking about someone's child. And these are some of the most vulnerable students. And so when parents entrust their children to us, they should be able to trust that their children will get to school on time, get picked up on time, and know they are in safe and skilled care. So something needs to change here. I understand we have a shortage of drivers. I want to hear what Dr. Grant is going to do about that. The students and families have a legal right to our help. I want to hear solutions and ways we're working to get things back on track to ensure free and appropriate public education. The fourth issue is the star rating system. We've heard a lot about how the current system is racially and economically biased, including in resolutions from the State Board of Education. It's time to look at the star rating system and consider a different way. It's time for the superintendent and OSSE to step up and identify ways we can better structure the rating system and our report card that don't penalize the schools that need our help. It's no secret.
Remember, you've been about 4 minutes, maybe close to 5.
Oh, okay. Can I have an additional 1 minute?
If you could wrap it up, please.
Thank you. It's no secret that I believe our current education governance system needs reform. The head of OSSE and the head of BCBS both report to the mayor, which creates an inherent conflict of interest. And I think the handling of public health matters highlights the need for greater independence that can be more responsive to the public versus the executive. And so I look forward to a vote on that, on my bill on this matter soon. Until we get that change, I'll continue to engage with OSSE leadership and push for transparency and improvements. And I know that it's complex and sometimes challenging bureaucracy that may be resistant to change, but innovations are how we ensure we are doing by the district's youth. So I'm hopeful that we will hear a vision today from Dr. Grant in all of those 4 areas that I talked about, but and even further. And I'm excited and look forward to see the growth and improvements that OSSE can make with that bold vision. So I thank you and I look forward to today's discussion.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman, very much for holding this hearing. I want to start by congratulating Dr. Christina Grant on her nomination. I had an opportunity to meet with her shortly after she was brought into the district and had a very good conversation about backgrounds, education, and educational philosophy. And I think that she is committed to improving education. What I will say, though, is the challenge I see in front of Dr. Grant for her confirmation is that the council tends to confirm nominees unless there's a reason not to confirm them. But given the state of education, I think that Dr. Grant is going to have to make a case for why she should be affirmed. That is to say, can you understand what is not working? And have you been able to develop a plan? Can you articulate a plan clearly to fix it? As opposed to what we see too often in education in the District of Columbia of just going along despite the problems that we see. We should be, I think, 14 years ago, there were clearly significant problems in our schools. I think nobody would argue that. And there was a group of people who, for all the right reasons, saw fit to sort of storm the gates and force a change to improve our schools. What is interesting is that over the past 14 years, we have not met the goals set out by that group, and the people who once stormed the gates are now the ones guarding the gate, really, and guarding the gates to schools that need significant improvements. And we are hiding behind sort of broad brush conclusions about the District of Columbia being the fastest growing school district and how our tests are improving. And some of that is true and accurate, but some of it doesn't tell the truth. Here are the more concerning parts of our data, the data that show that our current path is failing students of color, at-risk students, students who speak English as a second language, and students with disabilities. Only 21% of at-risk students, 20% of English language learners, and 8% of students with disabilities meet or exceed expectations on the PARCC assessment in English language literacy. In math, only 16% of at-risk students, 23% of English language learners, and 7% of students with disabilities meet or exceed expectations. Only 21% of Black students meet or exceed expectations in math compared to 79% of white students, and only 28% of Black students meet or exceed expectations in English language arts literacy compared to 85% of white students. While it can be tempting or even advantageous to sort of rely on these broad conclusions that we are on the right path, those conclusions are not fair to the students behind these data, and we have to take these data more seriously. We're also losing teachers at an alarming rate. The district has the highest teacher turnover in the country, with a quarter of our teachers leaving our school system every single year, and over half of our DCPS teachers leaving within 3 years, 70% leaving within 5 years. That is not fertile ground for building or for growing a school system that is going to work for all students. Our challenge is to create a school system that works for all students, but we have to recognize that we cannot fix problems that we're not willing to identify. So as I've said before, folks have to get out of their bunkers, come to the table, admit that some things are not working, and work together to develop a path. To summarize my colleague, Councilmember Lewis George, who I think hit on the right points, some things we're going to need real clarity on are data collection, the star rating system, clarity on student outcomes, and early childhood education. I do look forward to hearing from Dr. Grant and from public witnesses about what makes her different and what makes her the right person for this time in our education trajectory. And I am looking forward to hearing from our public witnesses as well. So again, Chairman, thank you for holding this hearing.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson, for holding this confirmation hearing today, and congratulations to Dr. Grant for your nomination to serve as the district's state superintendent of education. I know from our conversations, you are very well aware of the challenges that you will face in this position and the significance of this role that it has on all of our students and families across the city. While our public and charter schools have been improving over the years, progress has been too slow, and the pandemic has pulled back the curtain on long-standing racial inequities in our city. So I'm really looking forward to hearing your plan today on how you will make faster progress in closing these gaps. It is very clear that teachers need more support than they've been receiving, particularly in an environment where there are more and more COVID protocols in place. Our principals, teachers, and school staff need more support, and I'm looking forward to hearing details from you today on how you plan to do that. We already have a teacher retention crisis and expanding class sizes, onerous standardized testing requirements, and all of the stress that comes along with teaching in the middle of a pandemic that continue to exacerbate these issues. So I want to hear what is our plan to reduce class sizes, provide meaningful professional development, address teacher retention rates, and rethink our standardized testing requirements. I'm looking forward to digging more on this today with our public witnesses as well as Dr. Grant. So thank you again, Chairman Mendelson.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Councilmember Shea. Councilmember Shea.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, as already been indicated from my colleagues, this is a critical time for the district's students and our schools in general. We're in the second year of the pandemic. Our students are facing, and some obviously more than others, dramatic learning loss, which has been most acute for our at-risk students. And it looks as though what has happened is the gap between those who are at risk and those who are not has grown even wider. And so what we do now is really critical, not just for those students, but for the students who come after. And it's not too dramatic to say that what we do now will change either to the good or to the bad the trajectory of the lives of the students who come through our system. Now, OSSE plays a pivotal role in all of this, managing contracts with our partners who do tutoring and deal with other learning loss interventions. As others have said, OSSE also is charged with overseeing our childcare providers, ensuring that the youngest residents are getting safe and top tier care during the academic. And we know so clearly that we have to start with our youngest learners, because if they should get behind, they may never catch up. And then, of course, there's the issue about OSSE's task of overseeing our schools in general, but also overseeing data, collecting it, auditing it, and analyzing it, data on our students, our staff, our schools in general. And in the wake of the public health emergency, OSSE also has, an extraordinarily overall role to play in the lives of our students and their families, and it's become more pronounced than ever. So the bar is set for the person who takes over the role of the superintendent. It's essential that that person is up to the task, the fundamental task that lies ahead. And leading an agency is never going to be easy, but it's especially easy when you're in the middle of a pandemic. So I'm eager to hear what Dr. Grant will tell us today about how she'll meet the challenges ahead and how her past experiences outfit her to make a difference from day one, so that she can hit the ground running, as they say, because our students can't afford anything less. Now, separately, I want to ask Dr. Grant about several pieces of legislation before the council that will meaningfully change or reform OSSE and the work that it does. As the members know, there's legislation before us that would allow the agency to function as an independent state level oversight body. And I'm eager to hear how Dr. Grant would navigate such a shift if it takes place, and what changes in the culture or otherwise she would anticipate making at the agency. In turn, I also introduced school data governance, the School Data Governance Amendment Act, which meaningfully prescribes how OSSE is to collect, audit, assess, and make available data on our students, teachers, and schools. During the fiscal 22 budget, this body passed legislation on course data collection, but it's high time that we moved forward with comprehensive legislation to standardize OSSE's data collection practices across data types, which I would note is lacking. And I'm going to put a little plug in here, Mr. Chairman. I hope that there would be a hearing on this legislation soon, and that the head of OSSE will join me in championing these needed reforms. I would like to know what Dr. Grant has done with respect to some of these matters since June, when she assumed the position of acting state superintendent. And finally, I'd like to know more about Dr. Grant's thoughts on the supports provided to our students at all levels. I've also introduced comprehensive legislation to create support for students at all levels, including things like an IEP-like intervention for students who are struggling, and also at the other end of the spectrum, establishing a robust office of graduate support. And so OSSE has to be an active partner in all of that. And so I'm really eager to hear what Dr. Grant will tell us today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. So I'm gonna call the first three witnesses and remind folks that we're gonna recess at about 12:50. Jessica Sutter, who's the Ward 6 representative to the DC State Board of Education. Carlene Reed, who is the Ward 8 representative to the DC State Board of Education. And Jacques Patterson, who's the at-large representative to the DC State Board of Education. And Ms. Sutter, do you want to begin?
Surely. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee on the Whole. My name is Jessica Sutter, and I'm honored to represent the schools, students, and families of Ward 6 on the DC State Board of Education. I'm here today to ask you to confirm Dr. Christina Grant as the DC Superintendent of Education. Some of you know that my day job for the past 9 years has been education consulting, specifically research, project management, and strategic planning for school districts and other education organizations. From 2014 to 2016, I was engaged in work on several projects with the School District of Philadelphia, including supporting then Assistant Superintendent of the Opportunity Network, Christina Grant. The Opportunity Network provides non-traditional or alternative education options for disconnected youth, students who are at significant risk of dropping out, and students who are subject to disciplinary transfer or expulsion. At the time, Assistant Superintendent Grant was charged with managing the 14 alternative education programs and schools managed and operated by contract providers. It was a tremendous job, and one that Dr. Grant was well suited to. She brought a strong understanding of the operations of a large school district, the importance of accountability in contracting relationships, and compassion for the complex needs of the students served by the Opportunity Network. As her consultant, I was asked to help Dr. Grant create more effective systems and processes to monitor and evaluate operations of the school district's contractors. Many of our initial project meetings were actually held in conjunction with observations of classrooms within the network. We did that to keep a pulse on what was actually happening for the students in the care of the Opportunity Network programs. We had the chance to see what was happening in these alternative education settings and to debrief together about what was too often lacking: rigorous academic content, efforts to truly engage students in learning, and consistent implementation of programming. During these visits and our subsequent debriefs and work to design and implement better monitoring systems, I witnessed Dr. Grant's deep commitment to student success and her focus on ensuring that ineffective systems were repaired so that they did not stand in the way of students getting their academic, social, and mental health needs met. I was impressed with Dr. Grant and her ability to navigate bureaucratic and political realities of operating within a large and complex educational system. She had to work well with her own staff, with the superintendent's team, and with the School Reform Commission, which at the time was charged with oversight of the Philadelphia schools and was a board comprised of gubernatorial and mayoral appointees. As you consider qualifications, experience, and dispositions you hope for in a leader of an agency as large and important, as you've all nicely laid out in your opening statements, as the DC Office of the State Superintendent of Education, I hope you will share my perspective. We need someone with an unwavering commitment to the children and families of the District of Columbia. We need someone with a clear vision for the quality and rigor of educational programming all DC students deserve. We need a leader who has experience navigating and leading large, complex public agencies. We need someone with an effective track record of building efficient and effective systems for students and schools. With those characteristics in mind, I hope that you will join me and agree that Mayor Bowser's nominee, Dr. Christina Grant, should be confirmed to serve as the next state superintendent of the District of Columbia. I look forward to any questions you have for me today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sutter. Dr. Reed. And good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I am Dr. Carleen Reed, and I proudly represent the residents of Ward 8 on the DC State Board of Education. My testimony on October 26 during the governance hearings urged this body to withhold confirmation of the nominee for superintendent until checks and balances were established. There is no political will for the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, OSSE, to be responsive to the needs of families and other stakeholders who access our city's education system. To date, while the State Board of Education members have been able to access Dr. Grant, and she has been cordial during those meetings, as well as attended a variety of community events in my ward and others, there still lacks assurances that the concerns or innovations raised by constituents can be addressed through OSSE's policies, guidance, and programming. While I urge council to leverage this nomination to create or reinforce processes to prevent the often one-sided handshake of our educational system, this body's track record with approving mayoral nominees for education and the results we see from government witnesses hearing after hearing prompts me to set expectations that this body will likely move forward with approving the nominee for superintendent. Before moving forward in my testimony about considerations for Dr. Grant's nomination, I'll be remiss to point out that many of you are proud Washingtonians and know the talent that this city has. And I am often concerned when I see certain trends in recruitment of executives, especially in light of the recent appointment of another individual from Philadelphia, this time from DC Health. Surely our city with top tier institutions of higher education, think tanks and advocacy groups have produced individuals capable to lead our city's agencies. In preparation for this hearing, I have read Dr. Grant's resume, her testimony, Mayor Bowser's nomination letter, contacted colleagues in the Philadelphia school system, and reflected on Dr. Grant's handling of my direct communications regarding requests from constituents related to reopening. Based on this information, my general impression is Dr. Grant could lead OSSE. However, I worry about her ability to authentically lead given our current governance structure. For instance, the colleagues from Philadelphia that I reached out to mostly described Dr. Grant as collaborative with a focus on children. My SBOE colleagues who have engaged with Dr. Grant, who Dr. Grant initiated in individual meetings with, have described her to be mostly open to some of their requests for changes. But my letter on reopening, raising concerns from constituents with parents carbon copied and contacts listed, has remained unanswered. And my point to her in person at a school event, raising the need for constituents for a virtual option, received a response of, "We will respond when we have the answers." This "we" that lacks full stakeholder engagement, but frequently arises in our executive leadership responses is worrisome. In summary, I'm concerned with Dr. Grant's ability to use her expertise and her skill set, as well as her engagement skills, to have that others have described, using those skills in a system that shuts down ideas that are not politically stamped for approval. I appreciate Dr. Grant's testimony highlights key areas that she would like to focus on. I'm interested in hearing specifics on implementation. For instance, with the focus on early childhood, DC remains _1 in access and financial support. However, only 4 of the 10 quality indicators in the National Institute for Early Education's Research 2020 survey, we've only met 4 of those indicators in that survey. Dr. Grant's focus on administering the state assessment for the 21-22 school year seems more of an input versus an outcome. The city's literacy and numeracy rates have needed attention for years. Additionally, there are many other components of well-rounded education that we need a cross-sector comprehensive plan and outcomes for. Lastly, considerations for special populations leaves me curious about the exact area of focus, given DC was one of the most litigated states related to special education before the pandemic. In closing, Ward 8 residents need a superintendent that is responsive to our educational needs. Many of these requests will go against the grain, but warrant time and attention. What one parent, grandparent, aunt, cousin, or community member raises often represents the sentiments of hundreds. I look forward to Dr. Grant's responses in this hearing and beyond. However, I request this body to put balances in our system to help her lead effectively. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. Jacques Patterson.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, staff, and the great residents of the District of Columbia. It is an honor to come before you this afternoon to provide testimony in support of PR 24-0393, State Superintendent of Education, Dr. Christina Grant Confirmation Resolution of 2021, and my role as the at-large representative of the DC State Board of Education. My name is Jacques Patterson, and I am a 26-year resident of Ward 8. In 1995, I bought a home in the Shipley Terrace community of Ward 8 as a single father of a very little girl. At the time of my arrival there was much upheaval in DC government around education. Our school system was being maligned as one of the worst in the entire nation. Congress was on the verge of instituting charter schools, and there was confusion as to how to fix public schools. At the time, I was not engrossed in the politics that seemed to dominate the discussions. I was merely a parent who wanted a quality education for my little girl. Over the past 26 years, I've seen our system go through numerous changes, both institutional structure and in leadership. As a parent living in a marginalized and underserved community, I made it my business to get involved in public education so that my daughter and her peers had access to a quality education in spite of living in zip code 220. I've lived here long enough to truly appreciate the gains we've made in those 26 years. I've personally experienced feeling trapped in a failing system and reluctant to enroll my children in any school in the District of Columbia, to now having one of the most improving school districts in the nation. But there's still a lot of work before us, and Dr. Grant's confirmation is a vital part of the progress we hope to see going forward. Prior to coming to this governing body this afternoon, I took the time to sit down with Dr. Grant to get an understanding of why she wanted to serve our city in this capacity at this instrumental time in public education. The first part of those conversations revolved around my agenda as a State Board of Education representative. I expressed to her, like it has been expressed currently from people, my focus on bringing equity to our system by working to redesign the DC STAR report card accountability framework. I expressed my concern about the mental health of our students after 18 months of virtual learning and how our system would address our students' social emotional needs. As you guys know, my current job at KIPP DC, we lost a student this year at the 3rd day of school. Those things are important to me. They're personal to me. But then I turned our conversation to being just a parent of 2 DCPS students, which I have right now. I have both a 5th grader and a 7th grader in our school system. But I also have a daughter who is a charter school educator. So I try to be very balanced in my outlook on everything that I do, because I want both systems to work. I wanted to see if she was balanced in her leadership of an agency that is supposed to be accountable to the whole public education ecosystem, not just the petty politics of either side. My conversations with her left me with the impression that we have the opportunity to confirm potentially the most impactful superintendent that our public education system will have for all of our DC families. In closing, This is the very first time I've testified in the confirmation of any nominated DC government administrator. And it's not because I haven't been asked or had the opportunity to do so before. I'm here because I believe the nominee before this body is qualified, is passionate about educational equity, and is the best person for the position of this at this crucial time in DC public education. I thank you and everyone who's sitting before me for giving me this opportunity, and I welcome any questions this committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. We'll have one round of 5-minute questions from members. And again, let's be mindful of the time since I have to recess for Mr. Spalding's arrival. Mr. Patterson, we do not have a copy of your written statement. Would you please provide that?
Yes, sir, I will send that over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Reed, I wanted to ask you, but let me preface it this way. Your testimony seems to say, well, Dr. Grant may be qualified, but we should wait. And the process is one where essentially the mayor, when she appoints cabinet officers, there's a presumption that she will get her way. So it comes to the council for confirmation. We could disapprove, but if we don't act within, it's usually a period of time like 180 days, might be less than that, might be 90 days, then it's deemed approved. So we don't have the luxury that we could just do nothing. It would be deemed approved. So I wanted to press you though. How long are we waiting in your view, or waiting for what?
For systems to be in place to allow the superintendent to be responsive to the needs of the community. Right now, if there is no political will from the executive to move on something, our city's leaders don't respond. Again, case in point, reopening was asked many times for a virtual option. All three of the political appointees couldn't provide a response for us. Even more innovative things regarding after school program and regarding special education. Councilmember Che's proposed legislation related to having students have something similar to an IEP for all students or students who are in need. If there's no political will or check mark on that, it doesn't go far. And we miss opportunities in our city to have true innovation because there's no willpower to move forward until that stamp of approval becomes from the executive.
Well, is it willpower or disagreement? Because, for example, the council didn't agree with the mayor, but the mayor is responsible for schools with regard to the reopening. We thought that there should be more flexibility for the virtual option. But the lack of will, I would call that a disagreement on policy.
Right. Well, I'm not sure. So in the case that I provided in my testimony related to asking Dr. Grant related to reopening if we could have virtual options, the response was, we'll get back to you when we have more answers. Well, I never received a response. And I believe I was one of the few, if only, State Board of Education representative to write a direct letter to all members of that team. So I would rather have someone told me no than receive no response at all. So sometimes it gets really gray because I don't know. No one says anything.
Okay, I think that's enough of a clarification. Let me turn to colleagues. Councilmember Lewis George.
I don't have any questions for this panel, but thank you all for your testimony and your service on the State Board of Education.
Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you to our State Board representatives. Let me start with this question. And I'll move quickly in the order in which you will testify. Representative Sutter, what should be the primary qualifications or factors you think we are assessing as we assess Dr. Grant's nomination?
Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you so much, Councilmember White. In an agency the size of OSSE, with the diversity of responsibilities you all laid out, no one could be an expert in the educational content of everything that OSSE does. So what we need is a qualified manager who is effective at that work within an education setting, has enough context to be able to manage folks who are experts on the topics of early childhood education, special education, et cetera, and who has dealt with what is the political reality of being a political appointee, leading that agency who must report for budget and oversight authority to another political body, the DC Council. even the other bills you have under consideration would put OSSE under another political elected body, the state board. And so I think that's also something you have to consider. And I think on all those fronts, Dr. Grant fits the bill.
Thank you. Dr. Ree, what do you think of the primary qualifications or factors that we should be assessing?
I definitely think really the key areas that OSSE leads in regards to the higher education, in regards to early childhood, in regards to special education, in regards to deeply K through 12. But I also would like to see individuals who can take OSSE into areas where other states have put systems in place, where other states have done some innovation. It feels like often we're kind of doing what we've seen versus being innovative. So I would like to see a superintendent who can provide innovations for some of the issues that we see in our city. I would also like to see someone who has a breadth of expertise, either touching some of the areas that I just mentioned. And I'll also say it's just also difficult sometimes in not seeing what our other choices were to know, what is, if there was a candidate that has more areas of expertise or has more experience or have shown outcomes in areas that we know OSSE handles. But I guess to summarize, I would say innovation in areas that we know OSSE handles to move us forward would be some qualifications and key examples of that, how to address those areas.
Thank you. Representative Patterson, what do you think are the key qualifications or factors we should be assessing here?
Really appreciate that question, council member. And it gives me the opportunity to kind of use one of the examples when I had that conversation with Dr. Grant. And I would say that empathy is one of the most important things that I see in leadership, because leadership really truly does matter. And it's setting a tone when, as Jessica Sutter just spoke about, this is a large agency, and setting a tone of leadership that has empathy for those it serves is first and foremost to me. She told me about a story of hearing something in a hallway where a member or staff member, personnel, was not empathetic to the urgency and the plight that had risen to the agency. And she talked about how she wants to set that tone to make sure, regardless of where you live in Ward 3 or any other ward, all the way to Ward 8 in my community, that she's going to make it priority number one to make sure that everybody knows in her agency that we are here to serve the residents of the District of Columbia and those families. So empathy is important to me. Knowing her story and what she's went through, I feel that she has that to make sure that she sees every resident, regardless of where they live in this, where they attend school, whether they attend a charter school or a traditional school, that she is going to be balanced in her equity to make sure that every child, every parent gets the urgency and the need and the things that they need to be successful. I
appreciate that. One final, and I'm going to try not to run over time. I have a concern, and folks know because I've discussed it, that, in the sort of broad characterization that ours is the fastest improving public school system, I think we dismiss the reality of how poorly we are doing in educating some of our most at-risk students. What should be the accountability with OSSE for ensuring that we are addressing that issue? And I'll start with you, Representative Sutter.
Thanks, Councilmember White. I think that, one, you all have talked about the star rating. So we have to think about how we readjust the star rating to make sure we're focusing on the critical areas that we believe are necessary in the district. That might mean adding indicators that specifically call on our LEAs to pay attention to and to spend a lot of focus on that. So I think that's one key thing OSSE can do, and I'll share others in email so that you can move on.
I appreciate it. Because of overtime, I'll ask this question to other witnesses and hope that you all will follow up on this question as you see fit. Thank you.
I am mindful of the time. I have 6 minutes, actually, like 1 minute. Councilmember Pinto, if you have any questions.
I don't think I could do it in 30 seconds, so I will just thank this group, and we'll see the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Che, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll forego questioning under the circumstances. Thank you.
All right, I'm sorry to put this pressure on folks. Didn't mean to. I want to thank each of the representatives for your time here and your testimony, also your service on the state board. With that, I'm going to recess the hearing. The hearing will not resume earlier than 1:20, That gives me time. I don't know if other members are in the building to receive former Councilmember Spalding's remains. It might take a little longer, but no one has to worry about our resuming before 1:20. We are recessed until 1:20. Cable television, I'm ready to resume if you are. Cable television, are you there?
Yes, sir, we are. We're ready when you are.
Okay. I am resuming this hearing. Again, this is a hearing on PR 24-393, State Superintendent of Education, Dr. Christina Grant, Confirmation Resolution 2021. We just took a recess. The time is now 1:25. I apologize for the inconvenience for those. You know, there's some of the things in life that occur irrespective of hearing schedules. Bill Spalding was the first elected representative from Ward 5 since the district received home rule in 1974. He served through 1986, passed away a week ago, and is lying in state. So I excuse myself for that to receive the body and the family, and we'll go back around 3 o'clock. Until then, we'll continue with this hearing. I'm going to call the next 7 or 8 witnesses: Fritz Mollhauser, Jessica Giles, who's the State Director of Education Reform Now, DC. Scott Goldstein, who's the Executive Director of Empower Ed. Abe Clayman, who's testifying on behalf of the Federal City Council. Shannon Hodge, who's the Executive Director of the DC Charter School Alliance. Evan Yates, who's a Commissioner with ANC 4B01. Peter Anderson, who's Head of School at Washington Latin Public Charter School, and Eric Anderson. That'll leave 7 or 8 individuals who I'll call after this group. We will hear from the individuals I just called, and then we'll have 1 round, 5 minutes of questions from members who are present. Mr. Mollhauser, thank you for your patience. We just had that recess. You are first up, and good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Fritz Mollhauser. I'm a Ward 6 resident for many decades. My son attended a DC public school. I was elected to a neighborhood school board many moons ago. And I've spent many years in education assisting Congress when I was at the Government Accountability Office and at the Department of Education, working all that time on questions of information for decision makers in education. So I want to address just one of the many OSSE assignments. You've given them a rundown, the daunting list, but that has to do with knowing what's going on in DC education. That's a job they can actually do. No one else can pull it all together. They should. And the question is, where are we? Look, DC education data are bad. You asked for an audit. You've legislated many years on the subject. The audit shows we're in terrible shape. The audit says our data on education have no integrity. That's not a word used lightly in auditor or evaluator circles. We collect incompletely. We collect inaccurately. We can't link student, teacher, and outcome data as we should. Data is the nourishment for administration in the schools, for legislation by you all, and for civic discussion. Every discussion begins with how are we doing? What could we do better? And the data helps answer those. So today, let me suggest that you took some good steps in the Budget Support Act to lay out yet again some steps for the agency regarding data, but you need to drill down to see where things stand. First, where are we in making our data collection at last a truly longitudinal data system we've been promised for years and years and many millions of dollars ago? Second, how are we doing to put all courses, all grades, all credits in one system so that never again do we have to have that terrible scene this June, as Debbie Truong reported so wonderfully, where a young woman crossed the graduation stage only to discover that her diploma was worthless because the system hadn't kept good enough track that her mentors and guides could keep her truly qualified to graduate. Terrible situation. Let's never have it happen again. How are we doing? And third, you asked for a early warning system so that we'd be ready to help all ninth graders with some risk of not completing high school to do the right things. Chicago Research Practice Partnership studied this 20 years ago. The system took steps with wonderful results. Other states are doing the same. Are we on track to do it here? Other questions you need to ask today coming out of the terrible findings of the audit. Will the agency under the new leadership of Dr. Grant address data problems by using their legal authority? Do they really think they lack legal authority to do this? We're at risk of being out of compliance with federal data standards. We've got to address this. Second, will public data be improved? Our web available data is nowhere near what it should be in a city of our sophistication in technology. We had a pretty good system a while ago and went backwards. Other states are way ahead of us. How are we going to address that? Third, in my list of additional questions, how will the new generation of researchers in our research partnership handle the fact that our data is in such bad shape? The audit said anyone writing reports based on these data that lack such a measure of quality should put a warning label on the report saying, warning, this report has no nutritional value or is at least at risk of grave misinterpretation. You need to drill down on these questions repeatedly. As the auditor told the police hearing a few days ago, council legislation, great as it is not self-executing. You have to stay on top of it and not settle for, oh, we're working on it, or we're improving rapidly. After 15 years, that doesn't cut it in the data department. We wish Dr. Grant all the best in addressing these, especially her appointment of the head of the data assessment and research area, which is going to be the real technical lead to address problems that have been covered up for so long. And look, the joke is you should dress for the job you want, but it's not a joke. DC wants to be a state. We're aiming for statehood. We want to go into statehood with a state education agency that's as good and solid and on top of its game as we can. We don't want to go into statehood with a high-risk State Department of Education, and that's Dr. Grant's challenge. Is please ask the questions to get deeply into what she's going to do about the program you've laid out. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mulhauser. Jessica Giles.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members and staff of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Jessica Giles. I'm a Ward 7 resident and the State Director of Education Reform Now, DC, a nonprofit organization fighting for a just and equitable public education system for all DC students. I am pleased to provide testimony in support of the appointment of Dr. Christina Grant as State Superintendent.
The avocados.
Okay.
Mr. Mulhauser, thank you. He was
I
not.
want to reclaim my time.
Please proceed.
I've always wanted to say that. Okay. The Office of the State Superintendent of Education was formed in 2007. It is an essential education agency that is key to helping spur innovation and progress in public education in the District of Columbia. OSSE is charged with ensuring public schools receive federal funding, providing access to high quality childcare, developing state-level standards aligned with school, college, and workforce readiness expectations, administering the PARCC exam, and providing special education transportation, just to name a few of its responsibilities. Under the steady leadership of former Superintendent Hansel Kane, OSSE has improved. Now with the appointment of Dr. Christina Grant, OSSE has an opportunity to build upon this strong foundation. Dr. Grant's experience, first as a teacher and most recently as a senior executive leader at the School District of Philadelphia, makes her a strong candidate for this position. I feel confident that she can lead OSSE to new heights. We're at a critical inflection point in DC's history. Over and over again, I hear DC parents saying they want to know that their child is attending a safe and high quality school. And while most parents and guardians are relieved that students are finally learning in person, they are frustrated that our education system does not always feel accountable to them. We hope that under the leadership of Dr. Grant, OSSE will, at minimum, pass a policy requiring elementary school teachers to be trained in the science of reading so we can finally have all students proficient in literacy. Ensure federal COVID-19 recovery funding is transparently and equitably spent on students who need the most support. Ensure the DC school report card continues to have objective measures of academic outcomes and the star rating system is equitable. This means providing a stronger weight to schools providing high quality education to students at risk and students with special needs. Improve the statewide annual assessment and implement it in spring 2022. It's been 2 years since we've had a baseline understanding of how all our students are performing in math and English language art. We could make the exam shorter, turn around results quickly, and deliver results to parents in an easy to understand way. Improve support for students with special needs and teachers, and strengthen and expand dual enrollment opportunities in DC to lower the cost of higher education, particularly for students of color and those from low income backgrounds. In closing, now more than ever, it's important that OSSE have stability in its leadership. Acting Superintendent Grant is the third person in this position in the last year and a half. As we emerge from the pandemic, OSSE must remain stable for all of our students, teachers, school leaders, and staff. I hope the DC Council will confirm this appointment quickly. Thank you for allowing me to testify regarding PR 24-393. I look forward to being a partner of the DC Council to ensure that OSSE provides the level of services and supports we want for our students. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Giles. Scott Goldstein.
Good afternoon. OSSE plays a critical role in our education system, and so the decision to confirm a new leader is one to be taken seriously by this council. Today is a good opportunity to examine both the qualifications and vision of this new leader and also the critical ability of this agency to collaborate with the education community, given the constraints of our current governance structure. As we consider this new appointment, we analyzed the 15 members of OSSE's senior leadership team. While we respect these individuals, just 5 have experience as a classroom teacher, none for more than 3 years, 4 for just 2 years, despite being in positions like assistant superintendents for learning. So we believe hard questions should be asked about how OSSE intends to reground itself in the experience of the schoolhouse and classroom educators beyond focus groups or advisory panels, but in meaningful ways, including in senior leadership. Since Dr. Grant is a former teacher herself, we are hopeful this will be a priority. Since Dr. Grant's appointment, I've been excited to see the new ways in which she has sought to partner with education leaders in the city, and a note of collaboration she's struck with those on the State Board of Education. Though for your students, educators, and families across the city, OSSE remains an agency difficult to access and work with on too many critical issues. So I look forward to council members asking Dr. Grant how she intends to make OSSE less defensive and more transparent and collaborative. Empower Ed collected questions from educators throughout the city for Dr. Grant, which we submitted both to her directly and to council members, and look forward to hearing her thoughts on. We're excited she's already committed to following up. I want to talk about a few key areas. Last year, we collaborated with OSSE and ultimately passed through this council our Rep DC initiative to focus on grow your own pathways for DC students and paraprofessionals to have free pathways to become licensed educators in DC. OSSE's put out the job position and is currently hiring, but OSSE has critical decisions to make that will influence how effective this program will be. For example, the $600,000 that will go towards grants in year 1, OSSE could choose to fund 50 or 60 students at lower cost universities like UDC or Trinity, or just a handful of students at some of our more expensive institutions. That will decide how meaningful they engage educator preparation providers in applying for these grants to meet current high need teacher areas. They will decide how to advertise these new opportunities. So we look forward to hearing more about Dr. Grant's vision for this work and how grow your own opportunities can be expanded moving forward. In addition, we look forward to working with OSSE to continue to implement the recommendations of Empower Ed's 2019 report on recruiting, supporting, and retaining Latinx educators, including on important reforms to teacher credentialing, especially for bilingual educators. Two, we've seen great progress when it comes to OSSE's focus on teacher retention. They have increased their commitment to providing data on teacher retention, teacher diversity, and other critical data. Beyond that, OSSE recently released a new framework on educator wellness that's a mirror image of the four-step process Empower Ed has been using in schools for the past 4 years, acknowledging that retaining educators is about much more than superficial self-care or sufficient pay, but addressing the root cause of teacher workload and building shared leadership practices. So we're very happy to be part of implementing this vision in schools and excited that OSSE is now adopting a holistic approach to this problem. And we hope this investment, which is being funded by federal dollars, will continue for the long term. Number three, given the heightened concern in this city about what some refer to as learning loss, in addition to this time students missed in social connection in the last year, there's been a lot of talk about ensuring students and educators have increased time for learning and social emotional connection this year. But we've heard from educators concerned they have far less time than they ever had, driven by two factors: a dramatic increase in mandatory standardized testing, including test prep, both citywide and specifically in DCPS, but also because of the severe teacher and substitute shortage. With this in mind, we wonder what Dr. Grant has in mind to de-emphasize standardized testing this year and moving forward to allow our students and educators to focus on teaching and learning, as well as her thoughts on how to address cultural bias and racism inherent in standardized testing more generally. Finally, I hope council members can ask Dr. Grant's approach to increasing the ability for the public and elected officials to engage with OSSE. For example, at each month's SBOE meeting, the superintendent gives a brief report, but normally does not take questions from SBOE members. I wonder if Dr. Grant would be open to this change. More impactful would be if the superintendent would stay for public testimony, along with SBOE members, be allowed to and regularly ask questions from members of the public, like educators and parents who come for public comment. This might go a long way towards showing that OSSE has a commitment to public engagement and trust building. There's much more we need to hear from Dr. Grant on, like implementation of increased pay for early childhood educators, longitudinal data, fixing urgent problems with student transportation, and so much more. So I look forward to hearing from Dr. Grant on these subjects and more today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Abe Clayman.
Good afternoon. My name is Abe Clayman. I'm a Ward 4 resident, and I work at the Federal City Council on Education Initiatives. The Federal City Council is a business-led, nonprofit civic organization dedicated to the improvement of the District of Columbia. The Federal City Council was founded in 1954 to harness the resources and creativity of the public, philanthropic, and private sectors to address the district's biggest problems. Vibrant and strong cities need successful education systems. With that goal in mind, we support the nomination of Dr. Christina Grant to be the next superintendent in the District of Columbia. We believe that Dr. Grant is well suited to the challenge of leading OSSE, supporting learners in the district, and fulfilling the agency's critical oversight role. Dr. Grant has gained the necessary leadership experience while working at other large urban public school districts. For 6 years, she was in a leadership role in the Philadelphia public school system. She also has experience leading a charter management organization. She was a public school teacher and has multiple advanced degrees. And finally, she understands what it takes to lead. Dr. Grant has been the acting superintendent for the past 5 months, supporting schools and students throughout this fall's reopening and working closely with DC Health and other partners to navigate the education system's response to COVID-19. Under the leadership of the previous superintendent, Hansel Kang, OSSE expanded access to childcare for children and families across the district, led the development and implementation of DC's Every Student Succeeds Act plan, and instituted the DC School Report Card, which helps families learn about each public and public charter school in the district. OSSE also collaborated with dozens of partners to conduct research into educational practices and better understand how children succeed in school. This point about data collection and research is critical. The new DC Education Research Collaborative will work closely with OSSE as it engages in its research to understand what works for students in DC. While the question of governance structure is not under consideration today, we do want to take this opportunity to reiterate our position from the recent hearing. OSSE as an agency functions best and can most effectively support students when it is integrated with the rest of the government. We urge the council to leave the current system of mayoral leadership and council oversight intact. As we said at the recent hearing, there is still much work to do. Our city needs a competent leader like Dr. Grant to help students complete unfinished learning, to help our schools recover from the pandemic, and to support the work of best-in-class researchers. The council should speedily confirm Dr. Grant and allow her and her team to continue to provide the stable leadership and support that students deserve. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Klayman. And we do not have a copy of your statement. If you would please provide that.
Absolutely.
Shannon Hodge.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Shannon Hodge, and I'm the founding executive director of the DC Charter School Alliance, a local nonprofit that advocates on behalf of public charter schools to ensure that all students in the district receive the great public education they deserve. Let me state very clearly up front that we strongly support Dr. Grant's nomination as the State Superintendent of Education. We urge the council to swiftly move Dr. Grant's confirmation to a vote so she can focus her full attention on leading the critical work of OSSE. Over the last couple of months as acting State Superintendent of Education, Dr. Grant has engaged with school leaders across the district's entire education community, including charter school leaders. She's shown that she's accessible and willing to listen and collaborate with leaders acting on behalf of their entire school communities. That kind of listening and collaboration is key to OSSE's work. OSSE has perhaps one of the most complex sets of work of any city agency. It not only oversees the systems that educate all public school systems, both traditional and charter, but it does so while making sure all schools follow DC Health's protocols to provide safe in-person learning. Schools have not lost sight of the many other responsibilities that OSSE currently carries out. As a few examples, OSSE administers and oversees federal grant making, conducts annual enrollment audits, disperses funding to public charter schools, creates uniform curriculum standards for teaching, trains school staff on key topics that affect teaching and learning in the district's classrooms, and administers critical direct student service programs for students whose disabilities require transportation or specialized schools or programs. Long-term, stable leadership will be crucial going forward as we continue to deal with the ongoing pandemic and recover from its devastating impacts. Without a confirmed leader who has the full authority of the position, an organization as complex as OSSE risks delay in important decisions or having tasks fall by the wayside. This is another reason why it's critical that the council swiftly confirm Dr. Grant. Dr. Grant's extensive experience in urban education settings makes her the ideal candidate to lead the agency. We are pleased that her previous positions have required her to manage a complex organization and work closely with city education leaders. Her experience collaborating across agencies and legislative bodies is key, as OSSE does not work in a silo. The next state superintendent must have extensive experience with both traditional and charter schools and be eager to work with other important city stakeholders to ensure that students get the education they deserve. Dr. Grant has that experience. Last but certainly not least, equity must be at the center of everything we do. There is much, much more work to be done to improve education and opportunity for our students most at risk of academic failure, and Dr. Grant shares that vision. In her 2 decades of experience in multiple urban school districts, she's always grounded her leadership in the belief that equity must be the foundation on which we transform our public education system for the better. Her work is evidence of a commitment to equity, from overseeing improvement of math and reading scores for marginalized students, to increasing graduation rates in schools serving high percentages of academically at-risk students, to closing a facility for incarcerated students and exploring alternative diversion programs. I'm proud to support Dr. Christina Grant to lead OSSE, and I'm looking forward to working together to boldly serve the students who most need a strong, effective, efficient, equity-focused state superintendent of education to receive a great public education. Chairman Mendelson and members of the council, I urge you to swiftly move Dr. Grant's confirmation to a vote. Thank you for your time and attention, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hodge. Commissioner Evan Yates? Not here. I'm told Mr. Yates is not here. Peter Anderson?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the staff, and members of the committee of the whole. My name is Peter Anderson, and it is my strongly held belief that Dr. Christina Grant is the best choice for the State Superintendent of Education for the District of Columbia. I urge you to confirm her as such. I'm in my 6th year as head of school at Washington Latin Public Charter School in Ward 4. I'm also a Ward 6 resident. I have known Dr. Grant for almost 15 years. She was at the New York City Department of Education when I was a school leader in Harlem. I have had opportunities over the years to engage with her in her roles as a charter authorizer, an education reform advocate, a board member, and a thought leader. She has impeccable credentials as a teacher, administrator, scholar, mentor. Since her move to DC, Dr. Grant has visited our campus and connected with students and staff. She has been responsive to questions and concerns from members of her team. She has been visible at community events. Other LEA leaders have shared with me observations about her that I have also found to be true. She's accessible, personable, passionate, fiercely intelligent, and solution-oriented. She will be participating in our annual board retreat tomorrow. What are some of the biggest challenges facing us in DC at present? Responding to disruptions caused by the pandemic, notably interrupted or unfinished student learning, the mental health toll exacted by social isolation, illness, and loss, teacher retention, an adequate pool of qualified candidates for instructional and non-instructional positions in schools, closing opportunity gaps, and particularly addressing the needs of students with disabilities and those designated as at risk. Dr. Grant showed leadership in Philadelphia responding to the COVID-19 crisis. She has continued to show that leadership here by listening to people on the front lines and responding decisively, providing resources, convening, sharing best practices, and being a thought partner. Dr. Grant has a track record of developing tutoring and teacher residency programs that have helped to meet talent gaps. Dr. Grant has addressed the needs of challenged students in Philadelphia, and she's indicated that addressing the needs of such students is an area of priority for her. What is needed from a state education agency is more than monitoring, setting policy and regulations, and distributing funds. This moment calls for bodies like OSSE to actively catalyze and support school and LEA improvement. Playing this role well requires the ability to convene, to listen, and to learn. If our system of public education is to flourish and move forward toward its goal of providing a high-quality education for all students, then the knowledge and perspectives of leaders from each level of the system must be heard, valued, and collectively considered. Professionals and stakeholders at all levels of the system need to learn from each other. Who better to facilitate this than someone who has excelled at the classroom, school, and district levels, someone with extensive experience with both charters and traditional district schools, someone with training as an expert in organizational leadership. We need new and better ideas. We need to break down barriers and find ways to work better together across sectors. We need to have honest conversations with each other about persistent inequities and how to meaningfully address them. We need leadership that is willing to listen, willing to learn, willing to take risks, willing to rise above the pettiness and the politics. Dr. Grant is such a leader. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Eric Anderson. Mr. Eric Anderson.
Yes, thank you so much for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman. Hello, I am a Ward 3 resident and a former resident of Ward 6. And I am testifying for two reasons today. One, to urge OSSE to permit the use of cloth diapers in DC daycare facilities in accordance with national practices. And two, to urge the candidate superintendent, if confirmed, to ensure that OSSE responds to taxpayer inquiries. I think my specific experience tracks with some of the testimony of Ward 8 Representative Reed and Executive Director Goldstein's testimony about concerns with respect to non-responsiveness from OSSE. Let me start with the latter first. In the summer of 2016, I encountered significant difficulty getting any response from OSSE when contacting various offices and officials with questions about daycare diaper regulations. Voicemails and emails went totally unanswered until I involved legislators' offices. I once got someone on the phone, but after they found out that I was unaffiliated with any school or provider, I was transferred to someone's voicemail box and that message went unanswered. I found it incredibly frustrating and totally inappropriate that I couldn't get any response as a taxpayer. Back to my other reason, cloth diapers. OSSE has chosen to ignore updated national guidelines for the past 4 years that permit the use of cloth diapers nationwide in daycare facilities. This is contrary to OSSE's own stated practices to follow the national guidelines. In 2016, OSSE indicated to Councilmember Allen's staff, again because they never respond to my questions directly, that its daycare regulations follow guidelines from the National Resource Center for Health and Safety in Childcare and Early Education, known as the NRC. In 2016, NRC guidelines still prohibited cloth diaper use in daycare facilities, except for medical reasons, which exactly matches with the current DC regulation. That same year, 2016, I contacted the NRC to request that they consider updating this regulation, since cloth diapers in the past decade plus, since the time of our grandparents and parents, have improved tremendously, and this NRC guideline was out of line with diaper practices across the whole country, except DC and New Hampshire where they are prohibited, and even in the NRC's home state of Colorado where they are permitted. To the NRC's credit, they considered and deliberated on my request. In August 2017, a year later, the NRC updated its diaper regulation to permit the use of cloth diapers in daycare facilities. This updated regulation is 3.2.1.1 and can be found online. In September 2017, I asked OSSE via then Councilmember Grosso's staff, again, since OSSE never responds to my questions directly, when they would update DC's regulations given this national guideline modification. The response, OSSE is, quote, updating its diaper regulations to reflect the updated NRC guideline in accordance with OSSE's own stated regulation to follow national NRC guidelines. That was over 4 years ago, and this is where this issue still stands today. Since 2017 and before COVID hit, I checked in every 6 months or so to ask about the status of this regulation. Each time I received the same very disappointing answer. The regs are being updated. For 4 years plus, this check has been in the mail. For 4 years plus, OSSE has been theoretically updating this regulation, but effectively not doing anything, as far as I can tell, to implement the updated national guideline. Council, cloth diapers are popular, an environmental win for our water-rich community, aligned with the mayor's green vision, and accepted by all the other states except New Hampshire. I have a very short example. They've come a long way. They're very hygienic. Unlike disposable diapers where people might just throw them in the trash, these are processed at home in the toilet and actually is much more hygienic, I would argue, than disposable diapers, and as the NRC states in their own guidelines. So I please, if the candidate superintendent is confirmed, I urge that she update this regulation to conform with the rest of our country, the mayor's own green initiatives, and to follow OSSE's own stated internal practices to follow NRC national guidelines. And secondly, and perhaps more importantly, and in line with what we've heard from other testimony, please, I plead with you, ensure OSSE develops a process that ensures that they actually respond to taxpayer inquiries in a professional and timely fashion. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. So we will have one round of 5 minutes of questions from council members if they have questions. Mr. Mulhauser, you didn't indicate whether you support or oppose the candidate.
I think that I wish her well, and she has valuable experience across many domains, and you should confirm the mayor's choice, but with many questions to her about areas needing attention, and especially close attention to the appointment in the data and assessment and research area of a member of her leadership team. This is not a strength of hers, so she needs to attend closely to qualifications for those who will be working for her in an absolutely crucial area.
Thank you. Scott Goldstein, you didn't indicate whether you support or oppose the nomination.
Right. Yeah, we collected questions for the acting superintendent from educators across the city, which we submitted both to her office and to council members for today. We look forward to hearing those answers and bringing those answers back to educators for their impressions.
So should the council confirm her or not confirm her?
Like I said, right now that we're not taking a position on that. I have my opinions, which I offered in there, which have been encouraging about her leadership so far. But what we wanted to solicit is to bring teacher voice into the conversation and then bring her answers back to educators to see their impressions.
I think I understand the sentiment, but at a confirmation hearing, what we're looking for is whether public supports or not. Mr. Anderson, Eric Anderson, you didn't indicate whether you think we should support, whether we should confirm or not.
Yes, no, thank you, Chairman. I would recommend using this process and leveraging this process to get a commitment, like I think one of the council members, representatives from Ward 8 mentioned, leverage the process to gain commitment to ensure that OSSE is responsive to inquiries and innovations. That I think should be very concerning to you all, is that I experienced tremendous difficulty getting any response. Granted, my issue is a niche issue, but I'm very concerned as a taxpayer that I just couldn't get any direct response at the working level from OSSE. And I think that this is an opportunity to make sure that we can ensure this candidate, if confirmed, will commit to ensuring, like DCRA, for example, has a pretty robust process to ensure that inquiries are responded to in a professional manner. Other than that, I have no stance with respect to the candidate. I did agree with one of the other testimonies that I think we have a lot of talent locally, but I don't have any further opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me turn to my colleagues. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you. I'm going to start with Mr. Goldstein. Mr. Goldstein, what conversations and collaborations have been happening thus far this fiscal year around the Grow Your Own program?
Appreciate that question. Yeah, we've talked to OSSE's office that's working on this to make sure that the hiring happens as quick as possible. It had to wait for October 1st before they were allowed to put out that notice with the start of the fiscal year. Talked to them as recently as this morning, where they are including it in their hiring fair, which is promising, so that will hopefully speed up the process to hire someone into that position, so that by the end of the calendar year, they should have someone in that position. And that I think they have only till April to grant the first cycle. But there's a lot of key decisions which we don't have total confidence yet in terms of their decision making about how that grant, how their interaction with EPPs, the education preparation providers, will happen. That will either make the program successful or not. So that's getting into the weeds, but there's some very key decisions for them to make, which could go either way.
Yeah, so and that's why I wanted to a tiny bit get the weeds there, because we have the same aggressive timeline for the childcare program and making sure we get those people hired up. So I want to kind of get a sense of what is the timeline you believe is necessary? Like, what are the key timelines we need to make sure that they're meeting for getting the Grow Your Own program off the ground? And what groundwork does OSSE need to be doing right now to make that program, to make this program work well?
We need this person hired now as soon as possible. As soon as that person is hired, we need advertising and recruitment dollars to start being spent, which has been a portion. They have about 150,000 or so to do that, afforded by the council. And then we need contact immediately from that office to all of the education preparation providers in the district about the grant program. We need the grant review to be written within the next couple of months, at least by January, February. And then we need that grant to go out as soon as possible so that reviews can come back in. And ideally, then we need the matchup to be made between what are the teacher shortages in the area, what are the high need teacher shortage areas, and what education preparation providers are best suited to do that. So all of that has to happen over the next 4 to 5 months.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Ms. Giles and Ms. Hodge, I'm going to come to you both. Same question. What questions do you think are important to ask Dr. Grant today?
Thank you, Councilmember Janice Lewis George. I would like to ask questions regarding thoughts around innovation. What can we do to spur improvement in our schools? I know that having a high quality education is super important to parents. So I know that is going to be top of mind for us. And I'd love to learn more about how we can ensure that we implement quickly a plan around literacy with regards to the science of reading and ensuring that elementary school teachers are trained.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Lewis George. In addition to what Ms. Giles has shared, we would also be interested in hearing about how Dr. Grant intends to help with staffing issues. I think we've talked about some pipeline and longer term, but there is a very short-term immediate crisis and need across the city to make sure that we have great staffing in our schools.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate both of those questions. Mr. Mulhauser, I hope I'm saying that right. Based on your professional expertise, where should OSSE start when it comes to data management improvements? What's the most foundational data set we should be pushing OSSE on right now?
The council has already legislated in the Budget Support Act in crucial ways. First, we have to take seriously what we promised repeatedly when we spent 10 million federal dollars, create a genuine statewide longitudinal data system that is tracking all students, their teachers, the curriculums and programs they take part in and the results, and doing it in the same way for all schools across the whole system. Second, we need to build the early warning system, again, that promised repeatedly to the council and in federal grants, so that we stop the 9th grade hemorrhaging. And third, we need to have adequate tracking of credits, grades, and the like, so that graduation is meaningful and we never repeat the bogus graduation gift that was given the young woman this June, because we never kept track of her credits. 3 things: system, credit tracking, and early warning are on your agenda, and she should respond to questions about that today.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Robert White, if you have questions.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to this panel. I want to go back to this issue that is central for me, which is education equity, to re-highlight some of the data I shared in my opening statement. Only 21% of at-risk students, 20% of English language learners, and 8% of students with disabilities met or exceeded expectations on the PARCC assessment in English language arts. And in math, 16% of at-risk students, 23% of English language learners, and 7% of students with disabilities met or exceeded expectations. For Black students, only 21% of Black students met or exceeded expectations in math, compared to 79% of their white counterparts, and only 28% of Black students met or exceeded expectations in English language arts, compared to 85% of their white counterparts. The question I have for each of you is, what, if any, role does the state superintendent play in closing our achievement gap? And I'll start with you, Ms. Giles.
Thank you, Councilmember White. First, I'd say that data is now 2 years old, so we need to make sure that we're implementing the PARCC in next spring, so that we have updated data. We know that the opportunity gaps in DC are unacceptable, and so we need to continue to ensure that we're closing the opportunity gaps and just making sure that our students are thriving. I've named some issues that I think that OSSE can definitely tackle this year, but I would just reiterate science of reading. You said literacy. I'm a big fan of literacy. I know you must be. So making sure that elementary school teachers are trained in the science of reading and making sure that they're supported throughout the year, because I know there are staff shortages throughout DC, making sure that we're supporting our educators as well.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. What do you see as the responsibility of the state superintendent of education with respect to education equity?
There's several things they can do there. I think early literacy is very important in that. And one of the things they can do is utilize the STAR rating to promote a more well-rounded education and content in their early grades, because we know that social studies and science and a well-rounded education in their early grades promotes better literacy. And so if we had a STAR rating system that incentivized that, that would go a long way towards that. And so that's one of the things that OSSE could do. And I also mentioned how few people we have with actual education experience, actually teaching experience in OSSE. it makes a big difference to have people. When I was a second-year educator, I had education policy ideas that were very, very different from when I was a 5-year educator or a 10-year educator. So I think having people in OSSE that have significant education experience beyond 2 years as an educator would make a big difference in forming their policy decisions that would go a significant way towards closing achievement and opportunity gaps. And then the last thing I would just offer is not actually spending student time where they need to be making up for potential lost learning and social connection by spending so much time on additional time in testing. But I think incentivizing them as much as we can a well-rounded education and early literacy.
Thank you. Mr. Clayman, does the state superintendent play a role in education equity?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. I know you've asked for book recommendations before on social media, so I'm going to give you a book recommendation, Districts That Succeed by Karen Chenoweth at Education Trust. And she highlights really two things that I think are important to this conversation. One, that the superintendent and the leaders of a school district really do need to believe that all students can be successful. And I think that's absolutely critical, and using their bully pulpit and all of their engagements to really reinforce that belief. And then two, the importance of data. And others have highlighted this in various ways, but I was encouraged by what was in the Budget Support Act, what this council passed. I'm also encouraged by the ongoing work of the DC Education Research Collaborative. And I really hope that OSSE and expect that OSSE will support that important work so that we can really figure out all the things that do work and all the things that are going to support learning. So thank you. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Ms. Hodge?
Thank you, Councilmember White. I would point to three primary things. One is tracking and sharing and transmitting data so that we actually know where their opportunity gaps are and how they're showing up. Another is to implement policies and support practices that actually do close achievement gaps. A lot of the work that we're talking about is about what's existing in evidence, what's existing in research, what's worked in other places. And a citywide agency like OSSE and the state superintendent there is well positioned to help support policies and practice that actually put those into place. And then third would be to really get a sense of what evidence-based innovation looks like. We won't get anywhere by doing the same old things. We have to do new things, and OSSE is a great place to store that information and transmit it out to schools.
Thank you. I'm over my time, so I won't be able to ask everybody, but I do want to thank this panel for witnesses for your insights. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Pinto, if you're here, do you have any questions?
Thank you very much, Chairman. I do. I want to start with Mr. Goldstein. Thank you so much for your testimony. Can you elaborate a little bit on what your vision is for an appropriate standardized testing system in the district?
Yeah, well, this is a really interesting question because there's been a lot of literature on, if you're familiar with, the criticism of Dr. Kindi, Dr. Bettina Love, and others on the racist beginnings, but also evolution of standardized testing in the United States, who calls it the most effective weapon against Black bodies in the United States. And I think there's serious reflection among our educators about is there an anti-racist way to have standardized testing. And so we have a working group right now of educators considering right now what does culturally responsive anti-racist education look like, in collaboration with several people in DCPS and in our agencies that are actually working through this in a collaborative process together. And so I don't want to get ahead of them, but they're having really interesting conversations together about what that might look like, because it's not that we don't want to assess our students at all. We do need to know where our students are. It's critical, right? We do need to have data to know where we need to address student learning and critical gaps that we know that we have. So we do need to assess students. We do think we do that sometimes better at a school level and an individual teacher level than we can do at a centralized level. But we also know that there is cultural bias inherent to many of our standardized assessments. And so we do want to take the time to look at ways do we address cultural bias in a test that, for example, PARCC is not being administered in any state in the country now besides here in DC. And so we do need to address that cultural bias, and we're looking at ways to do that.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Hodge, do you have anything to add on that around standardized testing best practices?
I think that there's a great tension right now between wanting to make sure we have data that are available to help guide our decision making and what currently assessment looks like. I know that the STAR framework is going through renovation and review, and I think it's important to hear from the stakeholders, families, students, staff, and leaders around what works and what doesn't work. It's certainly important, and we want to make sure that we do it in a way that makes sense for the community and gives us the information back that we need for real improvement.
Okay, thank you both. Also, Ms. Hodges, I want to ask about teacher retention rates, and we have this both in terms of teacher turnover and also in staffing shortages we've seen with our teachers and substitute teachers. How do you think OSSE can be providing more leadership in this area, particularly Dr. Grant's initiatives to ensure that we get the best teachers in our schools and get them to stay?
Like my earlier comment, I think part of this really starts with data collection. As a school leader, I participated in an OSSE facilitated conversation over many months around teacher retention. We used the Insight survey to learn from our staff about why they stayed in our schools, why they were leaving our schools, and having those data accessible citywide is particularly important. I also think it's important for us to have more than just the high level talking points about data. So when we talk about teacher attrition in DC, are they leaving DC entirely? Are they switching between systems? We have over 70 school districts within very few square miles in the DMV area. So are we talking about losing them to the profession, losing them out of the region, or losing them out of individual LEAs? There's a lot of information there for us to dig into, and OSSE can certainly take the lead on that as the agency that actually collects those data points. And also, OSSE is also in a great place to help share out innovations and lessons learned, because oftentimes the things that we think about first in terms of retention may not actually be what keeps people here. And I believe I heard Mr. Goldstein speak earlier about some of the things that we have to move beyond in terms of being superficially focused on retention, and OSSE is in a great place to collect and share out that information citywide, not just LEA by LEA.
Gotcha, that's really helpful, thank you. I know we only have less than a minute here. Ms. Giles and Mr. Clayman, who both, I believe, testified in support of Dr. Grant, how do you think the council should be balancing support of Dr. Grant versus the larger calls for additional transparency? If each of you can just try to be extremely brief. We'll start with Ms. Giles.
I'm not sure I understand the question. You said calls for greater transparency. Sorry to eat up some seconds.
No problem. Yeah, calls for greater transparency than the current system allows for, but also you testified in support of approving this nominee. So wondering if you have any thoughts on the need for greater transparency.
Got it. So definitely support Dr. Grant's appointment. And I would say that the council should support the nomination and then work with OSSE to improve transparent communication with DC Council and key stakeholders like parents and students.
Mr. Clayman.
Sure. Thank you for the question. We definitely support the nomination. I think what the council put in the Budget Support Act makes a lot of sense. I mean, I think the course coding system, I think the work around early warning makes sense. And I think the requests from the Education Research Collaborative should be a guidepost, because that's ultimately going to get us to where we really understand what is driving student learning and where success is happening, the reasons for it. I think transparency is important as a principle, and I think it's also important to say, transparency in service of student learning. And so I would say look to the Research Collaborative and support and help OSSE support their work.
Let me just add one little piece on teachers, if I could. The difficulty of understanding the teacher workforce in the district is that OSSE has not collected full data on teachers, and that reflects their choices about the structure of the data system, but it means that we know nothing about the workforce in all the LEAs outside of the DC public schools. We simply don't know about the teacher workforce because OSSE has not been able to exert leadership to get comparable data across all of our schools so that we understand who is teaching and with what result. And on tests, let me just add again, take notice that OSSE has made choices about reporting scores in ways that the audit found completely misleading. For example, if you studied growth of student learning, you would see a very different picture than from the annual buckets of test scores that OSSE reports. Studying student growth is one of the strongest recommendations around the country to get a better picture of student outcomes. And indeed, it turns out in the auditor's simulation of such research, if they would do it, that student growth doesn't turn out to be correlated with socioeconomic status of school, the way test scores are. We should be studying growth to learn which students are growing and why. That's what we need to do with test score results rather than report proficiency levels year by year, which is a worthless measure by all accounts
Mr. Melhauser, thank you so much. I'm just extremely over time for this round, so I'm going to cut you off there, but I appreciate that and appreciate all of the witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Councilmember Che, if you're here, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask those who have an opinion on this, how vital is it that the state superintendent bring on her own team? You know, because you don't do things by yourself. You have people immediately around you who can take action. So how vital is it? I've seen this in other agencies where, you know, the head is replaced and then everything seems to follow the same pattern because the people immediately around that person are there and they're doing the same old stuff the same old way. How important is it that a superintendent that takes office now has her own team?
I'm happy to weigh in on that, Councilmember Che. I think what's important is that she have the discretion to be able to do so. So she's in the best position to determine based on her goals, based on the commitments that she's made, whether or not the team that's in place is the one that can help get her there or what changes she needs to make. So I can't decide whether or not she needs a new team, but I think she should have the ability to make those decisions.
Does she have that discretion now?
I believe she does, but you can certainly ask her.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else?
I would also just say that as an opportunity to go back to what I said previously, I don't think we want massive shakeup. And there are a lot of good people at various levels of the agency doing good work. But I do think it is an opportunity, from what I talked about earlier, to bring in people with significant education in the schoolhouse education experience to the agency that is needed.
Okay.
Similar answers for me. I would just say we just want the best people working on behalf of our students, wherever they are or wherever they come from.
All right, and then let me ask you this. It's another, broader kind of question. When somebody heads up an agency, they can't do everything that needs to be done at once. And by the same token, they can probably do more than one thing at once. What would be the one or two things that the superintendent should immediately focus on in our system? In your opinion, because you guys have lots of experience and opinions. Don't all answer at once.
I'm happy to get started again, Councilmember Che. I think there are two things that I would focus on. One is staffing, both the immediate kind of short-term crises and the longer-term pipeline needs. The other is really identifying where there are equity issues and what the plans are that are already in place to address those issues and where additional plans are needed. I know that there's a lot that's happening that's underway at OSSE that may not be apparent to the public in terms of identifying, for example, solutions to help improvement for students with disabilities, right? There's a lot of work that's underway that I think that more people should know about. And for those areas where there aren't plans, to be able to identify those and to start developing those plans.
Mm-hmm.
I'll jump in to say engagement and collaboration. What we've heard again and again is that the public doesn't trust that they're able to actually access the agency in ways that they need. And I gave several very concrete suggestions for ways that the OSSE superintendent could engage the public better earlier. So I think that is a tangible thing. And then I would say early childhood compensation, like we talked about earlier, and the transportation system and teacher retention would top my list.
At the top of this entire pyramid has to be clearing up whether the state agency has the legal authority to lead the system. They have said repeatedly over the years that they cannot do things, and that's why they have made suboptimal choices on what they study, what they report, and so on. And it is the view of others that they have perfectly adequate legal authority. And that's a an inside baseball discussion, but it's crucial. The council and the OSSE have to come to agreement about what the legal authority is. And if more is needed, you have to give it to them. And without that, we're going to be refighting the same battles over what they can and can't do for the next decade, as we have over data for years.
Mr. Mulhauser, are you speaking indirectly to the whole thing about governance? Is the fact that the state superintendent is directly under the mayor and the mayor's wishes, is that part of the problem or not?
It's hard to know about the discussions that go on amongst the key players, but very often in the course of the audit research, I'm told that they heard that important improvements in data and reporting were vetoed by the mayor's office. Literal accounts of meetings where OSSE proposals couldn't get traction because they were seen as not on the mayor's program. But that's typical. My point is the strict legal one. OSSE often claims they cannot do things for lack of legal authority, and that needs to be cleared up, or we're never going to make progress.
Okay, that went quickly. I'm over my time, so if anybody wants to respond to my question separately, I'd appreciate it. But in any event, thank you all very much for testifying. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Che. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here and for your testimony. I have a bit of a maybe unorthodox question for Mr. Goldstein, Mr. Anderson, and Ms. Hodge. So when I learned about the nomination of Dr. Grant, I got a text, and then I immediately did what most people do. You hit up Google, see X, Y, or Z, but you all, educators, and have been in the space for a long time. So I'm curious, when you heard about the nomination of Dr. Grant, I'm sure you reached out to some of your colleagues in Philadelphia. What did they say about their work with her and in terms of her nomination for the work that she would be doing here in the district?
Councilmember Henderson, I actually didn't even need to reach out to my colleagues in Philadelphia because I had worked with Dr. Grant before. And truth be told, is when I knew that this position was going to become available, she was the first name that I thought of as the best candidate for this job. And it's really because I knew her to be, and continue to know her to be, a problem solver, a critical thinker, a collaborator, someone who's a good listener and a lifelong learner. And for those reasons and a ton more, I thought that she'd be the best person for this job.
Thank you. Scott, Shannon?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to say I obviously I did reach out to as many people as I could to find out. And I think I have not heard from a single person any negative personal attribute about Dr. Grant. And I've heard many positive things in terms of her collaboration and empathy and listening and all of those things. So I've heard many great things on a personal level. I did hear immediate concerns just in terms of background of bringing someone in from the outside, as other people have mentioned, that's not from DC. And I did hear similar concerns that we've heard before about all of our education leaders in DC coming from the Broad Academy and the similar kind of education philosophy. Instead of kind of a homegrown person. So I would say separating kind of personal and qualifications from educational philosophy.
Thanks, Scott. We seem to be bringing a lot of people from Philly these days. Shannon?
Yep, I would say I've heard all the same positive things. I think the thing that stuck out to me most was a little bit of a challenge. They said that because she knows innovation well and believes truly in innovation, that she would put our feet to the fire in making sure that what we were doing in DC was cutting edge. And so that was actually exciting for me, and I think a challenge for the city to bring someone in with a fresh perspective and knowing what innovation can look like and should look like. So that was the other thing that I'd heard.
Thank you, guys. Shannon, I wanted to tug a little bit at something that you said to an earlier question around this question of staffing in terms of helping to address some of the staffing challenges, whether it be, just educators in general, substitutes, bus drivers, the whole gamut. I'm curious in terms of what do you feel like is the appropriate role of OSSE in this, given that we have so many LEAs who obviously have independent hiring and staffing authority? Is it sourcing talent? Is it, what are you looking for here?
Yeah, so I think one is around convening and identifying where there are overlaps in the needs. Another might be sourcing talent. Another might be identifying creative solutions and potentially even policy solutions that could help with some of this, right? We have, 69 different LEAs operating in the city right now. We don't need 69 different research teams going out trying to find solutions to these problems. To the extent that there are common threads across LEAs, there may be some common solutions. And an agency like OSSE is well positioned to help identify some of those.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other further questions, but I will say, because I like to preview what I'm going to ask and talk to Dr. Grant about, I have a lot of my colleagues who are on here right now. There are 3 areas that I'm specifically going to focus in on. One is early childhood education. I think Mr. Goldstein sort of raised, we're in the midst of this process in terms of our early childhood worker compensation study and sort of wanting to hear more about that. The second is around special education and the issues that, well, frankly, DC has had issues in terms of special education for many, many years, but specifically concerned around what does our monitoring and accountability look like as we come out of a pandemic situation where we know that a lot of our students with IEPs haven't necessarily been served in the best way possible. And then finally, preparing students for post-secondary success. So what is OSSE, or what is Dr. Grant's vision, rather, in terms of the work that OSSE is doing around preparing our young people to be college and career bound. And with that, my time's up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember, and I like that word, separating. Thank you to each of the witnesses. We're going to move to the next 7 or 8. And so you all are excused. I think you'll be put back in the other room that you can continue to watch the hearing. The remaining public witnesses or non-government witnesses are William Height, who's superintendent of the School District of Philadelphia, Barbara Wells, who's a principal, School District of Philadelphia, Shudan DeShields, Heather Harding, who's with the Charles and Lynn Schusterman Family Philanthropies, Sheila Carr, who's with Decoding Dyslexia DC, Laura Fuchs, who's a teacher in DCPS, Deanna Ramsey, who is a principal in the School District of Philadelphia, and Mashia Ashton, who is CEO of Digital Pioneers Academy. And we'll begin with Mr. Height. Welcome to the Council of the District of Columbia. I don't know how they do it in Philadelphia, but we do our hearings these days virtually.
Yeah, so thank you, Chairman Mendelson and council members and residents of the District of Columbia. My name is William Height, and it is my honor to request that you confirm Dr. Christina Grant as the State Superintendent of Education for the District of Columbia. In 2015, Dr. Grant started here in the School District of Philadelphia as an assistant superintendent of what we called at that time the Opportunity Network. It was a cohort of educational entities providing non-traditional alternative educational options for out-of-school youth who are significantly at risk of dropping out of school. Dr. Grant was very intentional about creating pathways for success, data systems to measure that success for these students, and understanding that education was a resource that these young people needed, not just to get their lives back on track, but to have a meaningful hope for a brighter and more productive future because they could graduate from high school. Prior to becoming the chief of the Office of Charter Schools, Dr. Grant also led what we called the Innovation Network. And she used her collaborative nature to ensure that we had schools that were very different than the more traditional types of schools that you find in public school districts around the country. And also to make sure that those young people receive the experiences, the engagement, the resources and support needed with providing them with the opportunities to remain in school, be excited about that experience, and move on to either the college of their choice or the avocation of their choice. In 2019, Dr. Grant became the chief of our charter schools office, where she oversaw more than 100 charter schools and engaged with school leaders to ensure that the PA Department of Education requirements were met, terms of the school's original charter applications were fulfilled, and most importantly, that positive academic outcomes were achieved. As with many of us, working during the height of COVID-19 had its fair share of challenges for Dr. Grant, but her leadership and dedication to educational excellence did not waver. As a lifelong educator, I'm always impressed by individuals whose work shows a clear commitment to providing young people with every opportunity to succeed academically and emotionally. And Dr. Grant is one such person for whom education is not just a career, but a calling. Dr. Grant had a profound impact on our district because of her engaging leadership, her innate ability to build and nurture relationships with colleagues at various levels of our district, across our city, across city government, with our legislative body. And she also had a desire to establish those productive partnerships that were needed in order to deliver on the mission to provide every child with an excellent education. Dr. Grant wholeheartedly believes that every effort should be made to ensure that schools should be equipped with resources and the governance necessary to deliver a high-quality education for all. I'm confident that if confirmed, Dr. Grant will continue to be a tireless advocate and for students, given all that she can serve and support children and families throughout the District of Columbia. And with that, I thank you and look forward to responding to any questions that the panel or the council members may have.
Thank you, Superintendent Height. Barbara Wells.
Good afternoon, Enjoy Chairman Mendelson, council members and residents of the District of Columbia. My name is Barbara Wells, and I request that you confirm Dr. Christina Grant as the State Superintendent of Education for the District of Columbia. Again, my name is Barbara Wells. I'm the principal of Pennypack House School. I've been employed with the school district for 36 years in many capacities. My relationship with Dr. Grant, Christina back then, began in 2015 during the summer. Dr. Grant introduced herself via email by stating a few things about herself. She came in as a leader of the network. However, she worked as a member of the team. From day one, not only did she care about the school communities, she was very concerned about the school leaders. Dr. Grant was a leader of what was called the Opportunity Network. This network consists primarily of accelerated schools. Working with these schools, Dr. Grant realized that through this community of schools gave the students a second chance, the opportunity. She encouraged and supported the growth of all school leaders and their school communities. In October of 2015, my colleague and I wanted to apply for Department of U.S. Grant Juvenile Justice Reentry Education Program, opening doors to college and careers through career technical education. Dr. Grant assisted us by putting a team together, and they took us by the hand step by step in the process. Well, in 2016, the School District of Philadelphia was one of the 5 recipients of a 3-year award of $945,000. By the way, did I mention that Pennypack House School is located inside the county prison here in Philadelphia? Here we teach juveniles who allegedly commit adult crimes, ages 14 to 17, and ages 18 to 21, young people, primarily those in need of specially designed instructions. This award allowed the breakdown of barriers that were inside the walls and how education was perceived and taught. The contract with the vendor CTEC, who specializes in CTE programs with incarcerated populations. It provided our school teams to become certified in the following areas to teach students. To date, we teach our young people basic certifiable skills in telecommunications, network cabling, fiber optics, energy management, home management systems. It also provided school teams to visit and collaborate with similar like schools in the United States, like Louisiana, Kentucky, to name a few. It provided college access, career to job-ready programs. Dr. Grant made sure that the Opportunity Network was afforded the same right and privileges as other schools in the district. Now, I may have students that make many mistakes in their lives, but some of the most brilliant students have room to progress and grow in their educational journey. Dr. Grant allowed me to celebrate the students as often as needed. Graduations with students earning high school diplomas were done year round, and she would often attend as if her schedule allowed. A few years later, Dr. Grant would change the network name, as I stated above, the opportunity, our unique schools to different from the rest, and we were infused with the Innovation Network. In the Innovation Network, every school runs differently with the level of autonomy because of the uniqueness of each location. Dr. Grant is a huge supporter of education and relates to her students, parents, teachers, staff, and leaders of the school. This quality is not found too often. Usually one of the two of the subgroups are left out. She looks at the progression and the wellness of education from all these perspective lenses. She will do what's right for the subgroups. She will collaborate with others to make change happen and listen first, then act. When she says education for all, she means just that. On a personal level, Dr. Grant will empathize, not commiserate with you. She remembers that she's a human, not just your boss. She reflects where she has not been, where she's been now, not just where she's gone. Because of these qualities, she can build teams with location departments in areas to move education forward. Dr. Grant will be an excellent superintendent, and these are just a few reasons why I urge the councils that they should confirm her. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Shudan DeShields.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, staff, and residents. My name is Dr. Judan DeShields. It is a privilege and honor to be here with you today to testify on behalf of Acting Superintendent Dr. Christina Grant. While serving as the principal of an alternative high school in Philadelphia, I had the pleasure of having Dr. Grant as my network superintendent. Entering the role, I had an expectation in mind around the interactions that I would have with my superintendent and the amount of support that I would receive. In short, I imagined that my soup would be a bureaucrat, too busy to care about the students we served, too far removed from the classroom to understand my challenges as a school leader, too caught up in the day-to-day middle management to make time to see and know us. And then I met Christina, and I used Dr. Grant's first name here with intention. As an alternative high school, we aim to educate students differently. Consequently, we used relationships, real-world learning through internships, and a project-based curriculum to engage our young people and to co-create with them a passion for learning and strong plans for their future. And when you do school differently, you quickly realize how lonely it can be. Few are comfortable in the messy middle of innovation, and previous interactions with former network superintendents had helped us to understand this clearly. So we took a risk in our first ever walkthrough with Dr. Grant. While she and her team had scripted out the meeting and the evidence that they collect to assess our progress, we felt that would only provide a glimpse of the work that we were doing. As a supplement to the walkthrough, we invited Dr. Grant to join us for a day of internship, shadows, and visits, the work we believe to hold transformative power for our students and families. Dr. Grant accepted our invitation and stepped into an authentic and collaborative relationship with us. I use this small and simple example to kick off my testimony to let you know that Dr. Grant shows up. While some with positional power will spend their hours in meetings and behind a desk, Dr. Grant will be with the people. She is a leader who puts students first. Each visit to our school was centered around young people. Dr. Grant had a desire to talk to them, to know about their experience, to work hand in hand with us to address their pain points. In addressing these pain points, Dr. Grant invited divergent thinking and fresh approaches. She is someone who will ideate and innovate side by side with educators and leaders in service of a more robust education for our young people. And while Dr. Grant did this phenomenally well as my point of support as a supervisor, she did so even more impactfully at scale. By the end of my tenure, Dr. Grant had been instrumental in setting up a collaborative stretching across K-12, higher education, and the Department of Education to center conversations and resources for schools working to innovate and create opportunities for deeper learning for young people. Dr. Grant had also collaborated with school leaders to set forth an approach to accountability that authentically reflected the work and inherent challenges embedded within alternative ed. These resources and initiatives emerged because Dr. Grant chose to know her people, to gain insight on the ground from practitioners, and to design far-reaching solutions with them. In work that is this hard, work that will inevitably make you feel something, under Dr. Grant's supervision, I and my broader school community felt supported. We felt like we mattered, that we were worthy of attention and coaching, and not just through an occasional visit, but through a delivery of sustainable resources that were in service to our needs. In closing, I'll share a quick moment of joy from a team meeting that I had last week. In my current role, I have the privilege of serving, growing, and supervising 7 principals and their school communities. So one of my principals remarked, you know, Judan is new, but supportive is my word for him. He shows up, hears me out, and finds a way to support my needs. In reflecting on this moment and this word of appreciation, I realized that I'm not only a witness to Dr. Grant's leadership, but a product of it as well. I'm a better leader today because of how Dr. Grant showed up, supported me, and put my students first. And that is why I believe we should seek and expect from the leader in the seat, someone whose influence will spread beyond their individual interactions and trickle down in order to create the widespread capacity for leadership and change that our students and families deserve. I believe we found that leader in Dr. Christina Grant and appreciate the time to communicate as much as the community today. Thank you. And apologies, I have an appointment, so I won't be able to hang around for questions.
Thank you, Mr. DeShields. If I could just ask you, are you still there? You said that in your current role, you supervise 7 principals. Is that within the Philadelphia public school system?
No, it's here in the district.
Oh, in DC.
Absolutely.
What system?
So DC Public Schools.
Oh, you're in DCPS. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Heather Harding is next.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, council members and residents. My name is Dr. Heather Harding, resident of Ward 5 and parent to 2 school-age children and a career educator for the last 27 years. I urge this body to confirm Dr. Christina Grant as the State Superintendent of Education for the District of Columbia. Having known Dr. Grant for the past 11 years and been a witness to her leadership journey, I can attest to her talent, skills, and unwavering commitment to educational equity. The District of Columbia will be well served by such a talented and experienced education leader at OSSE. Christina has honed her ability to work within challenging political context, as well as becoming masterful at strengthening complex organizations. OSSE is such a bureaucracy that needs to function effectively if DC students are to thrive. Dr. Grant understands the connection between strong management, academic rigor, high standards, and constituency engagement, which many witnesses have talked about today, as necessary for the road ahead. As someone who has spent her career in education policy and research and spent significant time understanding our local governance structure under PARA as director of EdCore, the first research practice partnership for the district, I believe that the DC education system will be well served by someone with her qualifications and commitments. Furthermore, Christina has really been a tireless advocate for students, especially those who have gone underserved by our traditional systems and our non-traditional systems. I believe we can count on her to attend to important matters like equity, racial, and otherwise, and to think about innovations for the future. I first met Christina while serving as a senior executive at Teach for America. She engaged me as a potential mentor and quickly became a colleague and friend. What stands out most in my memory is her persistence, personable and authentically very charming. Her no-nonsense disposition requires you to meet her standards. I have admired both her admission to lead in the education space, but more importantly, her commitment to developing, growing her skills for service. Dr. Grant has been intentional about her career choices while leveraging each opportunity to sharpen her effectiveness and the effectiveness of others. In each subsequent role, Dr. Grant developed superior skills in important areas that the district needs. She honed her political skills at 50 Can organization. She delved into school district policy and school oversight in New York City and in Philadelphia. She understands both the district and the charter context, here important. She has built an unparalleled national network via fellowships and professional associations, and she made a deep commitment to learning and empirical inquiry about pursuing a doctorate in education policy at the University of Pennsylvania. These all demonstrate her tenacity and highlight her focus on continuous learning. Her dissertation was an exploration of Black women superintendents and the contributions to their effectiveness and sustainability. She can now use that original research as a blueprint for her own success and our shared success in the city. It is no accident because Dr. Grant means to win for kids. There is little doubt that we need a champion for students during these challenging times of both political unrest and a global pandemic that has interrupted learning and continues to strain our public systems. While alarms sound for us not to return to normal, but imagine a new normal, we still need to ensure that young people have access to meaningful instruction in learning environments where they are affirmed and nurtured. OSSE's mandate provides both resources and oversight for these conditions. Dr. Grant is the right leader at the right time. The agency must maintain solid operations while also contributing to the continued building of a citywide vision that's informed by data and evidence that only OSSE can provide. This is particularly true as the city grapples with renewed reflections on governance structures, because at the end of the day, leaders within systems must keep their eye on the needs of young people. I trust Christina will do exactly that. And as a newcomer to the city, one with a keen understanding of urban public education systems, I look forward to having a fresh set of eyes focused on how to best leverage the resources that we have as a city to fuel the educational experiences for our young people. So I urge this body to confirm Dr. Grant, and happy to answer questions when the panel's done.
Thank you, Ms. Harding. Sheila Kerr.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and Dr. Grant. My name is Sheila Carr, a Ward 7 resident. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of my fellow Decoding Dyslexia DC co-leaders. I'm here today to speak on behalf of confirming Dr. Christine Grant as the State Superintendent of Education for the District of Columbia. We appreciate the enormity of the opportunity and the challenges that lie ahead for you, Dr. Grant. We look forward to your inspired leadership, since one of your many degrees is in teaching and learning from Fordham University. I would also like to express my profound gratitude to Chairman Mendelson and each of the council members for passing and fully funding Act 230548, the Addressing Dyslexia and Other Reading Difficulties Act of 2020. This act acknowledged the scope and the severity of the reading crisis in the district school system. Thanks to you, teachers will learn about reading difficulties. Children will be screened early for risk factors associated with reading failures while they are young, and interventions are most effective. Early ED teachers will be trained in the use of screening protocols and data interpretation, markers for dyslexia and other reading difficulties, evidence alliance instruction, and intervention methods and materials. Schools will monitor students' progress with accountability. In short, this new law is a preventive model that will change the direction of the lives of the children of DC for the better. Although reading difficulty cuts across all wards, nowhere is the failure to adequate base fundamental skills as evident as it is among the children in Wards 7 and 8. The current predominant method of reading instruction, balanced literacy, is ineffective for most students, but particularly ineffective for students with a diagnosis or undiagnosed reading disability, or who speak a foreign language. When this law is fully implemented, reading outcomes would drastically improve, as they have in states like Mississippi and Arkansas, where similar laws have been implemented. The improvement happened within a year because of proper teacher training. The knowledge of teachers is perhaps the single greatest determination of student success in achieving and reading spelling fluency. As you know, most undergraduate and graduate education programs across this country typically do not include comprehensive training on how to develop children fundamental pre-reading competency, like phonological and phonemic awareness. Teachers currently instruct students to read and reread sentence and picture books, using context and picture clues to develop a visual memory of words. Also overlooked is the critical importance of teaching handwriting and spelling simultaneously. We know from our teacher survey that WTU members recognize these gaps in their knowledge and practice, and they want training in structured literacy. The students of the District of Columbia have a civil right to read. They deserve the opportunity to fully engage and increase sophisticated curriculum from year to year and to graduate high school with college-ready skills or the workplace skills. We can change our assumption about what's possible for students, particularly underserved students, when we raise our expectations. We do so with the weight of the law drastically progress. When we do with the weight of the law, drastic progress follows. The implementation of Act 230548 is an important step to ensure that DC students will have a greater chance to experience academic success and improve economic perspective across their lifespan. In closing, the first step is to you as the state superintendent. We profoundly believe in your statement, Dr. Grant. Your leadership is grounded in the belief that diversity and inclusiveness is more than just a phrase, but the cornerstone set of the advancement needed to transform public education in our world. Decoding Dyslexia is looking forward to assist you with getting Act 23-045 from infancy to adulthood.
Thank you.
We also must say that the older readers, the 4th through 12th graders, also need help immediately. We look forward to working with you in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carr. Laura Fuchs.
Good afternoon. In my 15 years, sorry, can you hear me? I have a class.
Yes.
In my 15 years serving as an educator in DCPS at the same school, I have come before the council many times to testify in the confirmation of mayoral appointees on education, from chancellors to the DME and now the OSSE superintendent. I have said repeatedly that I was concerned that they are being set up for failure by the lack of a real engagement, background and vetting process, and a system of mayoral control that has no checks and balances. Time and again, I have been proven right. I am greatly concerned that once again, our nominee, this time Dr. Christina Grant, is being set up for the same fate. I have no faith any longer in confirmation hearings. Time and again, I see unqualified resume climbing political hacks who are trained and funded by Eli Broad Foundation, have ties to Education Reform Now and DFER, the Walton Family Foundation, City Bridge and Catherine Valley, the Federal City Council and or Bloomberg, or have a deeper history with charter schools and legacies of privatization instead of a legacy of building up public schools. See Jenny Niles, Kaya Henderson, Hansel King, Paul Kine, Antoine Wilson, Louis Feberby, and now Dr. Christina Grant. All of these so-called leaders have left our school system worse than they found it. They have held press conferences, dipped their toe in our schools, and sat by and watched as systems have continued to deteriorate, schools have been closed, and little movement on their beloved tests has been made. The DC Council pours money into our schools as they should, but with the limited to no oversight and the easy confirmations of these political appointees, we are seeing that they treat your laws and oversight as a joke. The mayor views and treats this council as a joke, and why shouldn't she? What have you all done to make this process legitimate? I have zero doubt that you will all confirm Dr. Grant, despite her doing next to nothing positive as interim superintendent. You will say how nice she is when you've had closed door meetings. I don't care about nice. I don't care about her. I care about our students, and I am tired of political grifters and their lobbyist friends who are on some billionaire education privatizer shortlist. So the mayor just goes ahead and appoints them, and y'all confirm them. This whole thing is a joke. You know it. I know it. The mayor knows it. And you can be sure that Dr. Christina Grant knows it. I don't want to see this process repeat itself. I don't want to see Dr. Grant fail. But I teach history and government. I teach my students to look at patterns from the past and apply them to the present. I have students break down power structures and look at checks and balances. While I'm greatly concerned about the lack of real training, accomplishments on initiatives, and the poor track record that Dr. Christina Grant has already established here in DC over COVID-19 health and safety protocol implementation, I don't want to see her fail. Myself and the teachers I work with crave stability. We want effective leaders who are willing to truly collaborate with us at all levels and at all points in the decision-making process. We want leaders who are champions for neighborhood public schools and who views educator critiques and whistleblowers as honest stakeholders who want to improve the system for the benefit of all our students. And that can only be built over time. Acting OSSE Superintendent Christina Grant, this is for you. The leader of OSSE, you must work closely with those of us who are actually tasked with implementing our most important education policies, those who serve in our schools. Your predecessors and most of the people working in your office did not and do not do this. You must hold charter and DC public schools equally accountable and not just rely on a politically biased public charter school board and DCPS central office to tell you the truth about what is going on in their schools, especially around special education and English language learners who are protected by federal law. It is not enough to have an occasional town hall. It is not enough to drop in for a Star School tour, nor is it enough to send in a stand-in to the State Board of Education to give a measly report on what you've been doing to the public. You must create a better plan for authentically engaging communities in the decision-making process and then work with us to create plans and systems that go beyond goal setting, because so far that is still not happening here in DC. I'll submit my testimony in writing.
Thank you, Ms. Fuchs. I was going to ask you if you would provide a copy. Deanna Ramsey.
Good afternoon, Chairman, council members, and the residents of the District of Columbia. My name is Dina Ramsey, the principal of the Philadelphia Juvenile Justice Services Center School in the School District of Philadelphia. I'm here today to speak on behalf of confirming Dr. Christina Grant as the State Superintendent of Education for the District of Columbia. I first met Dr. Grant in the summer of 2015. She served as the Assistant Superintendent of the Opportunity Network, overseeing 6 schools. Upon her departure of Philadelphia, she managed approximately 19 schools in the Innovation Network, 21 contracted school programs in the Opportunity Network, and the Charter School Office. As an educator in the School District of Philadelphia for the past 26 years, I speak from experience when I recognize Dr. Grant's talents as a transformational leader. She grasped the complex concepts involved with urban education and the deep issues that involve equity and inclusion of our most vulnerable student populations. The term transformational leader is especially applicable to Dr. Grant. From the beginning of her term in Philadelphia, she established herself as a leader who listened to the concerns of the administrators and the educators, who sought to build effective educational programs. She respected the ideas for solutions that address the most at-risk and impoverished youth in our city. Dr. Grant acknowledged this work and viewed our successes as greater than those at the special admit elite schools in our city. An example of Dr. Grant's leadership can be seen in her work with my school. Students are housed in the Philadelphia Juvenile Justice Service Center School, which was established in 1909. My school is the detention center for housing youth who were arrested and classified as status offenders, abuse, or neglect. And of course, the School District of Philadelphia is responsible for educating all youth while they're in detention. I approached Dr. Grant with the goal of making sure students who reside at the center had access to career and technical education programs that exist in many of our high schools. Dr. Grant wrote down my ideas and said, let's go and do this. Dr. Grant wasted no time in conducting a needs assessment and arranging meetings with the various central office departments. Additionally, Dr. Grant's hands-on approach meant that she visited my school often. She met with our students to hear from them their concerns while being at the Philadelphia Juvenile Justice Service Center. Many of the students informed Dr. Grant that when they are discharged and return back to traditional or alternative educational settings, They did not receive any credit while attending school at the center. After several meetings with the Chief of Academic Office, she made recommendations to change the School District of Philadelphia policy so that all students who attend any Opportunity or Innovation Network school will receive credit while attending. Superintendent Height accepted her recommendation, and today we are able to award academic credits to our students. Thanks to Dr. Christina Grant, we had our first high school graduation at the Philadelphia Juvenile Justice Service Center School in our history. Again, I would like to highlight Dr. Grant's keen ability to be a transformational leader. She recognized that we needed to prepare our youth with post-secondary skills. We need to close the door of the number of students returning back 2 or 3 times in their educational career. After a few months, Dr. Grant called about a federal grant she was pursuing. Under her advocacy, we lobby our partners, Department of Human Services, Department of Probation, Defenders Association, the District Attorney's Office, and the Pennsylvania judicial system to receive a letter of support in order to even submit the proposal. Council members, I'm excited to inform you that we were awarded the Open to Opportunity Grant with close to $1 million for 3 years. Dr. Grant helped me make my dreams of bringing CTE into my school a reality. We now offer the following courses for short-term credentials that are nationally recognized: Intro to Telecommunication, Network Cabling, Fiber Optics, Energy Management, and Audio Video. But wait, under her direction, we were able to align the skills to our state's zip codes so that our students could transfer to the Dobbins, Randolph Skills Center, Swenson Skills Center, and receive credit for it.
Ms. Ramsey, you've been about 4.5 minutes, maybe 5. So if you could sum up your testimony.
Council Chair and Council Member, I have so many more stories to share, but I would need an entire day. Dr. Grant has changed the landscape of education for youth that reside in juvenile justice facilities. Educators across the globe has visited our schools to see new innovative ideas that have come alive. We are no longer a school and opportunity network because we changed from not providing opportunity to providing ways to thrive. We are now in the innovation network because our education offerings are innovative. There are a small number of facilities like mine that allow technology, trade, tools of trade, and award student academic credits while attending a short-term school.
Ms. Ramsey, I'm going to have to cut you off there. You've been another minute. I appreciate your testimony.
In closing, it will be a pleasure. It was a pleasure working under the direction of Dr. Grant for over 5 years. Honestly, I'm heartbroken to see her go. Finally, I urge you to confirm her as the new State Superintendent of Education for the District of Columbia. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Mashia Ashton.
Great. It's Michelle Ashton. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson.
My apologies.
No worries. Good afternoon. Thank you, members of the Committee of the Whole, staff, residents. My name is Michelle Ashton, and I am honored to testify in favor of the nomination by Mayor Muriel Bowser for Dr. Christina Grant as the next State Superintendent of Education for the District of Columbia. I have spent the last 24 years working and providing leadership for some of the most committed, hardworking, and high-impact individuals and organizations in Washington, D.C. and across the country. I started my early career as a special education teacher at Ambeers Elementary, and I currently serve as the founder and principal of Digital Pioneers Academy, the first computer science focused 6 through 12 here in Washington, D.C. Digital Pioneers Academy's mission is to develop the next generation of innovators. We prepare scholars to meet or exceed the highest academic standards while cultivating the strength of character necessary to both graduate from four-year colleges and thrive in 21st century careers. We serve over 450 scholars across 2 campuses located in Ward 6 and 8. 96% of our scholars live in Ward 7 and 8. I have had the privilege of knowing Dr. Grant for almost 20 years. I first met her as an elementary teacher in New York City. I was recruiting teachers for school leadership. She was known for her track record of achieving high academic outcomes for students in our most under-resourced communities. It is true that she used data to drive instruction, understood curriculum and standards, and classroom management best practices. However, I will never forget how I felt walking into her classroom. It is what I hope my 11-year-old twins feel every day, and the over 400 students at Digital Pioneers Academy feel when they come in and leave my school. A culture of feeling known, loved, and respected. Her elementary scholars felt known, loved, and respected. They were actively engaged in the lesson, sharing their thoughts, and excited to learn. Dr. Grant created a safe space for our young scholars while having incredibly high expectations for academics and character. She is a teacher first and foremost, someone who understands the day-to-day challenges and opportunities to inspire and nurture the minds of our children. Secondly, I have known her as a leader, whether it was as the director of charter schools for New York City Department of Education, superintendent at Great Oaks, chief of charter schools in Philadelphia. There are a number of things that have remained consistent. Dr. Grant's actions have inspired others to dream more, learn more, and become more. She has consistently strived to make a difference. I believe the best predictor of future success is past success. While Philadelphia is not Washington, D.C., it is important to highlight Dr. Grant's track record in supporting better schools for tens of thousands of students in Philadelphia's K-12 schools, which includes district, charter, Renaissance, and parochial. Dr. Grant served as the chief of charter schools innovation for the School District of Philadelphia. In this capacity, she managed a complex organization, working closely with the superintendent of schools, the president of the Board of Education, and the mayor's chief education officer. Prior to COVID, the Philadelphia School District released its progress reports, which grades every public school in the city, 216 traditional public and 87 charter schools on its overall performance. The number of schools in the top 2 tiers grew from 127 to 61, and there were 50% fewer schools in the lowest categories, 56 down from 112. As a result,
Ms. Ashton, you're about a minute over your time. If you could summarize.
I sure would. What I want the committee and Chairman Mendelson to know that this is a tough time to lead. We need a leader in DC that knows that COVID has impacted us all in different ways. What doesn't matter what school you attend. A leader who knows that all parents in Washington, D.C. want their children to attend a quality school where they all feel known, loved, and respected, whether it is a charter, traditional public, private, or parochial. I believe that Dr. Grant is the right leader for Washington, D.C. at this time. I encourage the council to vote in favor for her confirmation of Dr. Grant as our next superintendent of education for Washington, D.C. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ashton. That is all of the witnesses. Council Member Henderson, are you here?
I am, yes, sir.
I sent you a text. I have to come downstairs to deal with former Councilmember Spalding. Could you sort of MC the questions?
Sure, no problem.
First, the order is Councilmember Louis George, then Robert White, then Councilmember Pinto, then Councilmember Che. I want to thank all of the witnesses. If I am not back before we are done with the round of, no, if I'm not back, yes, before we're done with the round of questions, if you would recess, and then we'll have the nominee, Dr. Grant. So excuse me all. Thank you though very much for your testimony.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Louis George, you're up.
Thank you. I want to go to Superintendent Height, if you're still with us here. I don't see a screen. All right, there you go.
Councilmember George, I am still here.
All right, thank you. Superintendent Height, thank you for taking the time to be here. I know Philadelphia is pretty busy, but I wanted to, and I think it says a lot that you've taken the time out of your day to be here to testify for Dr. Grant. I want to ask you a question about what your experience is, or what your experience of Dr. Grant's approach to managing areas of conflict, including when her ideas or values may be at odds with either a subordinate or a supervisor.
Yeah, I think it was, so thank you for the question, council member. And like in this space, we will all struggle. And we will all struggle because there are some individuals who are going to be in tight alignment with what we do, and there are others who are not. And I think the more important thing is to really talk about the rationale for the decision, involve individuals as you begin to talk about what that decision will be, rely heavily on the data that are available to you in order to do that work. And that's how I saw Christina operate. And I know someone mentioned earlier that what they described as persistence, but the persistence was also based on being informed by data structures and systems, but also by listening to the opinions and in many cases, the pushback of individuals who felt that it may be the wrong direction. And at the end of that, while individuals may have disagreed, they then continued to work on behalf of their young people because they understood the rationale, because that was coming from a place of principle and values that were authentic.
Okay. And then I think it was Ms. Wells, I believe, I want to say, hopefully I got it right, who I also wanted to ask really that same question to, who's a principal in a Philadelphia school system, sort of any experience you have had with Dr. Grant being able to handle sort of conflicts and differences in, I guess, opinion or values as it relates to the governance structure in Philadelphia.
So as I stated earlier, I'm located inside the Philadelphia County Prison. So there's been a lot of barriers that we had to break down, especially when we did we got the grant bringing the CTE inside. And Dr. Grant has always been one who would listen, and then we would move towards the right direction to get what we needed for the kids. And it came down to, you know, me dealing with the deputy commissioners here, and then she would support me with that. So as far as the challenges that come, she's always been good at maneuvering through them, listening, and said, okay, let's try this plan. And with the support from her, we were always able to do things.
Okay. Was there ever a time where there was some level of conflict that she had to like deal with, and sort of how did she handle that conflict of differences?
Well, I believe for Dr. Grant, she's always been the kind of person who would listen and then not debate, but talk about how she would handle it and what we needed. So her handling conflict was always in a good way. Regardless of how difficult it was, she never gave up on the challenge that might have been there.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I appreciate you as well taking the time, given the work that you're doing to be able to be here. I want to then go to Laura Fuchs. I know you're in class. I'll try to keep it short here. You can, want you to, one, I know the Washington, I'll do two things. You talked a little bit about sort of the system that we're in. Do you think governance reform at OSSE is going, without governance reform of OSSE, is there a way for Dr. Grant to be able to be successful to serve our students? Or is this something that you think has to happen in order for us to really get to a space for there to be real change in the education system in the District of Columbia?
So I do think to be successful, there needs to be governance change because the mayor's policies are what are being questioned. And the fact is that we've seen OSSE time and again bury reports, not conduct certain research, and refuse to tell the truth about what is going on in our schools, especially on issues like attendance, special education compliance, and other things. And that's been under multiple instructional superintendents. So unless she's willing to put her job at risk almost immediately, which probably not, we need change. We need her to not be under the auspices of the mayor so that she can in fact do her job, which is holding the mayor's team accountable.
Okay. I have one more question, but I'm out of time and I'm going to respect my colleague who's chairing at the moment. Thank you everyone for your testimony and your time today.
Freshmen Unite. Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Councilmember White, are you there?
Thank you. No question for this panel. Thank you all for testifying.
Okie dokie. Councilmember Pinto? Councilmember Pinto, do you have any questions for this panel?
I have no questions for this panel. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Che? Councilmember Che, do you have any questions for this panel if you're here? Okay, we'll see if she pops back up. I wanted to say thank you. Well, technically, I guess now it's my turn. So I wanted to say thank you to all of the witnesses who testified, and I certainly appreciate, Superintendent Height, you joining us today with your very busy schedule to testify on behalf of the nomination of Dr. Grant. I think that speaks volumes. That I think you've been on this hearing for quite some time. So I certainly appreciate you being here today. And I also want to thank the staff and principals from Philadelphia for providing your perspective in terms of the collaboration and work with Dr. Grant going forward. And I want to thank Dr. Harding and Laura Fuchs and all of the witnesses for testifying today. Really appreciate it. Okay, so I think that went a lot quicker than the chairman perhaps thought that was going to go.
Could I jump in for a second, please? Just you time me 1 minute and you can cut me, please.
Okay, because I heard your testimony before, and you don't be
I
saying
got you. You're burning my time. You're burning my time.
Okay, fine.
Real
Evan,
fast.
1 minute.
Shay said that she asked on the earlier panel about the hiring. 30 years with DCPS. Just be careful that we not bringing in a whole lot of other people who take our money and leave, and we still don't have what we need. I forgot to mention that we need OSSE to hire the implementation person so we can get this going. And then the last thing that the person said about the justice, and she's in a prison, this program will cut the pipeline to prison in half, because most people in prison have a literacy issue, and this is what we do. So if OSSE implements that like they're supposed to, we will do the society a great deal. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to do it.
Now I have a follow-up. When you said hire this person, are you speaking about the person to run the dyslexia program? Is that what you were?
Yes, Act 258, the addressing dyslexia and other reading difficulty act. Yes, in that bill, the OSSE has to hire someone first to start the implementation of it.
Okay, so we can ask for updates on that. Okay, thank you so much for adding that. All right, so that happened a lot quicker. Just for context for folks, former Councilmember William Spalding passed away, and he is lying in state at the Wilson Building, and they are doing a ceremony because I believe he's leaving. So that is why Chairman Mendelson needed to step away to be a part of that. And I wish I could, but I can't go to council straight to Dr. Grant's testimony. So we're gonna have to recess until the chairman returns. And thank you again for all the witnesses who testified. I think they're gonna put you guys back in the room where you can continue to watch. But for anyone, again, who is listening in, the Committee of the Whole will take a brief recess and hopefully we'll return by 3:30, but we'll see what happens. And the next testimony you will hear be that of Dr. Christina Grant. Thank you.
I understand we're in recess. If folks are ready, we will come back. Let me see if the nominee is here.
Hey,
Councilmember
Phil.
Anderson, thank you.
No problem. I said 3:30, so I don't know if she has stepped away for 2 minutes, but
All right, I can wait 2 minutes.
okay.
We will begin in just 30 seconds. And 30 seconds are up. All right. I'm calling to order or resuming this hearing of the Committee of the Whole on PR 24-393, which proposes the council's confirmation of Dr. Christina Grant as the State Superintendent of Education. We've completed the testimony from the different non-government witnesses. I want to again thank them for their testimony. And we will proceed now to the nominee, Dr. Christina Grant, who I believe is here. She is the nominee for the State Superintendent of Education. I believe you have a statement, and then there will be, I'm guessing, 2 rounds of questions from council members. So good afternoon. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, good afternoon, Chairman. Thank you for having me. Good afternoon again, members of the Committee of the Whole, members of council, staff, residents. As you've heard, my name is Dr. Christina Grant, and I'm honored to be nominated by Mayor Muriel Bowser as the State Superintendent of Education for the District of Columbia. Public education in the District of Columbia faces significant challenges due to the profound adverse impacts of the COVID-19 and all that it's had on our community. For over 1.5 years, our students have learned from their homes without direct in-person support of their teachers and peers. This year, our schools have reopened for in-person learning, yet the virus continues to create significant uncertainty and disruptions to school operations. With a vaccine now available for all school-aged children 5 and up, we now have a greater hope that we can return to what we will all come to know as the new normal. Our teachers, staff, leaders, yourselves included, have served and sacrificed with honor, and many are understandably fatigued. But we, the collective we of educators across the district, are excited to have our schools reopened for learning with our children who we have deeply missed. It's clear today, more than ever, that access to a high-quality public education is critical to moving our great city from recovery to restoration. I am very clear about the challenges that we as a community continue to confront as I take on this leadership role on behalf of the residents of the District of Columbia. And if confirmed, My mission under the leadership of Mayor Bowser will be clear: to make progress on our shared goals, to restore and reinvigorate the district's public education system, and continue the progress we've made over the course of many years. I'm very honored and blessed to be with you all today, and I look forward to our conversation. But first, I do want to tell you a little bit about myself, my personal journey, my lived experiences, my professional credentials, and how all of that will shape my perspective and approach to leadership at the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, OSSE. My parents were blue collar. Back then, they could provide me and my siblings with a middle-class lifestyle. Today, they would be considered essential workers. I can vividly recall summer trips with my family when I was young. Often these trips meant traveling to see my family in the South. And these adventures were rich with life lessons that stick with me today. Our history, my history, is grounded in far more than being descendants of slavery. It's grounded in faith, love, and community. And although these were happy times for me as a young girl, there was an ever-present tension and fear on some of these adventures. I didn't appreciate this until I was much older. At the time, I couldn't quite understand why we would leave our house in New York in the dark of night, most times between midnight and 2:30 a.m. Now I know that my father, a man who was raised in the Jim Crow South, only wanted to hit Southern highways during daylight. And there were specific places we could stop while traveling. Driving at night as a Black man could lead to the wrong glance, the wrong police officer, or the wrong turn on the wrong street and result in danger for my family. Although that was over 30 years ago, many of our children still live with spoken and unspoken fears. I started to see this more vividly when I began teaching in Harlem. As a new teacher, it took time for me to see that many of my students did not have the same fences of protection around their lives like my parents afforded me. And although I was going to leave my classroom with the same tough love my parents applied to me, I was so naive about the steps to make that effective. The more time I spent in the classroom across multiple schools, it became clear that people in power, consciously or not, build fences designed to oppress, like poor housing options, a system of public schools that didn't serve all students well, and an unjust policing and correction system. How can one learn at high levels and these basic systems of support and trust are not in place? I learned from my classroom in Harlem that school could be a place of love, opportunity, and structure that provided much needed support for children without those protections at home. That's what led me to make a lifetime commitment in service to children through public education. You've heard a lot of people talk about my passion, and passion is important, and I have it in excess. But passion isn't enough to be excellent in this difficult work. I come to you with considerable experience in school operations and management. This provides critical context for the work that I will lead if confirmed. It is critical to have a deep understanding of how schools operate on the ground, from the opening of the school doors in the morning to the last bus returns to the depot at the end of the day, from ensuring the day's lessons are delivered effectively to serving lunch, from repairing scraped knees to counseling students through difficult life challenges that they are too young to confront alone. Again, I'm very passionate about this work, but I'm also very prepared. In Philadelphia, as you've heard, as the school district's chief of charter schools and innovation, I led a portfolio of 105 schools with vastly different instructional models. We were focused, as I know you all are too, on making meaningful strides in student achievement. We significantly reduced the number of students scoring in the lowest tier on the Pennsylvania statewide assessment in math and reading. We saw steady improvement in our graduation rates, including students in alternative education settings. We improved the management system by improving our budgetary functions of our entire school system, improving the district's credit rating, and establishing a 5-year budget model to ensure financial strength and sustainability that we saw play out during the coronavirus pandemic. We operated with an understanding that in order to improve, we had to put special emphasis on students not being served well by our existing systems by making big investments in school models that would better meet their instructional and social emotional needs. That once again led to investments in support and services for many of our most vulnerable student populations and improvement in our practices in teaching and learning. And just like here in the District of Columbia, our schools in Philadelphia were truly challenged by the COVID-19 pandemic. The work here to keep schools open and safe is not new to me. And I worked with my colleagues in the School District of Philadelphia to address these same challenges and the needs of our students and families. We turned our school buildings into mass vaccination pop-up sites to increase vaccination rates across the entire city. We ensured that educators had access to the COVID-19 vaccine first. We made sure that students and families didn't go hungry while establishing pop-up food distribution sites for district schools, charter schools, parochial schools, independent schools. We made sure children didn't go hungry. And as you did in DC, we transitioned from remote learning and redesigned school operations to accommodate social distancing, asymptomatic testing, and contact tracing. I truly understand how hard it is to keep schools open through this war with a microscopic enemy that we did not cause. I've fought this war, and I look forward to continuing the fight to keep schools open and safe and supported with you. Since Mayor Bowser nominated me in June, I've had the honor of leading OSSE as the acting superintendent. Over this time, I've had the opportunity to engage with many of you personally, visit schools across the district, and engage with students and staff. I've listened to a variety of perspectives from a wide range of community stakeholders. I've had the opportunity to begin leading and learning from the talented team at OSSE that works diligently every single day to fulfill the agency's mission. Together, we have enhanced and improved systems and structures for testing for this current school year. And most recently, we awarded our amazing Teacher of the Year, Ms. Dominique Foster. It is critical work that this agency takes seriously, and if confirmed, I look forward to our next chapter. I would like to outline what I believe that chapter entails. OSSE has and will continue to play a key role in supporting school reopening and recovery efforts. Many of these systems that schools have put in place, including testing and contact tracing to complement the district's robust vaccination program, will be vital for the foreseeable future. No matter where this virus turns or the next challenges we face, OSSE will continue to provide local education agencies and school leaders with the best instructional and operational supports available. As I continue to work as your superintendent, I have 5 major priorities for meeting current challenges. First, we must prioritize social and emotional learning and support for students and staff, and actively engage in the ongoing process of reopening. Everyone that has engaged in this difficult work of keeping instruction going and supporting schools reopening is embracing the realities of our collective new normal. Teachers and administrators have taken on new roles never imagined that they would be in their job descriptions. And at the same time, we are all deeply troubled by the number of children who have lost caretakers and family members due to the virus. These factors cause significant adverse effects for children, and we must respond effectively. The investments that we have prioritized towards student and staff mental health and behavioral supports are an important first step, yet we must continue to have constructive, intentional conversations about how to build these supports in the day-to-day functions of our school for both students and staff. I believe this includes writing the district's first social emotional learning standards and increasing the use of school climate surveys to drive our efforts. Mental health and behavioral supports cannot just be nice to have. They are truly must-have supports. I'm encouraged by the programs that this administration with your support have put in place. Now we must implement those to fidelity and enhance them. Second, we must gather and use assessments and data to know where we stand to inform our work. With no statewide assessment administered for the last 2 school years, we have no consistent, reliable data on student achievement and growth for our students. It is critically important that we administer the statewide assessment in the 2021-22 school year for all students so that we can truly understand the impact that this pandemic has had on learning. Further, we must be transparent, inclusive, and constructive with the results in all of our data. I'm glad that we have established the District of Columbia Research Practice Partnership, and we have been able to sign the agreements with the Urban Institute to get that work underway. They, along with this vibrant and thoughtful community of stakeholders and advocates, including members of council, will be critical toward charting our path forward. I will also continue to make data collected by OSSE accessible and informative for educators, education stakeholders, and families. We will respond to the assessment data forcibly while being mindful of the need to build up and support our educators in that response. Third, we must make our data transparent and respond to community feedback and the needs of our schools. I'm excited about our new and complete teacher and staff data collection, which will provide the public with critical information about our educator workforce, including school level retention. I look forward to discussing this at length during the teacher retention hearing in December. Through our elementary and secondary school emergency relief investments, as required by local law, we will begin to take steps to construct a course code system that will lead to greater capacity to collect student level data. We will also invest for tools for schools to better understand the data on a student's progress so they can clearly identify the students that need support and intervene effectively. I will also place critical focus on making sure that we provide stakeholders, including parents and community members, with high quality data that they can use to make decisions based on the values that matter most to them. Fourth, the pandemic has reaffirmed the importance of quality childcare and made it clear that the caretakers who provide this critical service cannot be taken for granted. The stability of our economy depends on the stability of the childcare sector. That means our facilities must be able to operate at full capacity, receive payments that cover the full cost of care, including new costs associated with keeping our children safe from COVID-19, and a living wage for the dedicated staff who care for our students. OSSE is playing a constructive role in the council's task force addressing wages in the child care labor force, and I look forward to working with all of you on a path forward to achieve the goals of the Birth to 3 Act, which I support. Lastly, I will leverage my experience and expertise to better support special populations of students. OSSE has already made significant commitments and taken big steps to improve outcomes for students with disabilities. If confirmed as superintendent, we will continue that critical work. We also need to develop a better understanding of what worked during this period of distance learning and what didn't, so we can better leverage technology to support our students and the significant barriers they may face while ensuring we are preserving instructional quality. As a part of our city's efforts to support our residents returning from incarceration, we will improve instructional practices in correctional facilities. We must work together to frame our critical investments for students in the care of the district. I will work every day to ensure that all students across all 8 wards, no matter what their needs, are able to achieve their fair shot. I know that a great education, caring educators, and engaged families can change the trajectory for entire families, because those factors have led me to this moment before you today. Mayor Bowser has hired me to lead through recovery and toward restoration. I am excited and blessed by this charge, and I'm ready for the challenge. If confirmed, I'm eager to deliver strong leadership every day of my tenure. I'm honored to be appointed by the mayor, grateful for the opportunity to serve. I look forward to engaging with you all on my qualifications and answering any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Grant. So we will have probably 2 rounds of 10 minutes each for questions from members. And I get to begin. I wanted to ask you about data. Noted in your testimony that you will continue to make data collected by OSSE accessible and informative for education stakeholders and families. You might have noted some testimony that criticized OSSE for not living up to that. How will you, what changes will you make? How will you do this?
Thank you for the question. As I stated in my testimony, I think data collection, usage, having strong, robust data systems are critically important. Some of those investments you all will see play out over the next couple of months. One that will be before you in December, Chair, is the conversation we're going to have on teacher retention. We've gone through the robust practice of collecting that data. We are now analyzing that data so that we can actually deeply engage in a conversation about our workforce. As an emerging researcher, I'm excited to always blend quantitative data with qualitative realities. And I think we are positioned to move that work forward. I'd say there are 5 different areas that we're focused on at OSSE through fiscal year 24. One is data modernization. So in a lot of the testimony and what I've heard in the 4 months I've been here has been around not just what are we collecting, how do we house it, how do we determine that we have access to it, how do we make it more readily available. We are going to meet the tenets of legislation and submit to council in March our thoughts on how we will engage in an early warning data system. And I should say, we actually have made significant progress on course collection. So I'm excited that we will also be able to address that charge in March of next year. We're going through the process of engaging with LEA leaders on collecting course codes. And I want to stress for everyone here, it's a massive undertaking. It's the right undertaking, but it's a massive undertaking. Other things I think are important are thinking about the way we think about our systems integration. For those of you who have worked with data systems, it's one thing to have it, it's another thing to make sure that they all talk to each other. And all the testimony from Philadelphia, I'm shocked no one talked about the purchase of our school information system. In Philadelphia, we went through the process of shifting a system that had been 25 years old to working in a stakeholder engagement process of selecting the next school information system. And I can tell you that in 3 years of stakeholder meetings, engagement, trainings, professional development, there are still people today that are like, oh, this system is so difficult. And so while I have heard the feedback and I understand the path forward with data, it is critically important that we do this work in community, but with the LEAs in mind to make sure that the systems we put in place, A, they're able to give us the data, B, they're able to have access to it, and then we can report back on the information. I'm sorry that was a lengthy answer, but we do have strong plans in the path forward. And I should say, OSSE is using ESSER resources to make this investment. And we also are receiving direct investments from the administration to engage in this process of data modernization.
You know, OSSE has been, I don't mean any ill in saying this, but OSSE has been a bit defensive about its data and its data systems and claiming that it does have a longitudinal system. I think the auditor's report pointed out that it's not truly longitudinal in the sense that every student can track every school with every teacher and every data point regarding a student. I assume you've reviewed the auditor's recommendations. How will you address the concerns raised in the auditor's report?
Thank you again for the question. Not only have I reviewed the recommendations, I've had a meeting with the auditor. We came into the conversation, one, in an effort to kind of lessen the tone of engagement while also being mindful of the urgency of the conversation. I respect the work of the auditor, the richness she brings to her processes, but we engaged in a good conversation in that in Philadelphia, I've been the subject of an audit from the federal government. I also managed an auditing team, which had the pleasure of looking into schools when different issues arise. And so I think the process of engaging in an audit, which I did not live through, the team and individuals at OSSE did, multi-month, multi-year process. In having that conversation with the auditor, we've achieved one clear next step, and that she and I will meet, also engage the DME into this conversation. And so the three of us are going to come together and actually just walk through the recommendations of the report. I think your question around the longitudinal data system, the Department of Education says it's a system that collects, maintains detailed, high quality student and staff and level data that are linked across entities over time, providing complete and academic performance and history for each student. So just on the definition from the Department of Education, we have a statewide longitudinal data system. The space and the tension is the system accessible? How do people make sense of what we get from the system? Do the systems actually talk across? And so like engaging in the conversation with the auditor, I don't want to spend a significant amount of time kind of going back and forth on an issue. I actually want to make sure that we have a system that captures the data, both in alignment with what's required to the federal government, then in recognition of what local entities require us to produce. And finally, what stakeholder data, what data do we need for stakeholders? And then what will be useful for families and children? And so I'm engaging in the conversation directly with her, look forward to engaging in the conversation with you all. And I don't know if you can tell, but data is critically important to me, not just because we're in a global pandemic, but I do think it frames the roadmap ahead for the work and investments we make.
Well, and I appreciate what you said with regard to tone, because I think there's been a bit too much focus on whether what OSSE has done in the past or up till now is right. I'm more interested in what we do to improve, but I do have a sense that I don't have a sense. I know that if what we want is a system where you can push a button, well, maybe a little bit more than that, like a query, but you push a button and you can get an answer, any answer. We're not quite there. And there is value in information that we don't have. And I'm taking from your nodding that you agree with me.
Yeah, I mean, there's space in there. I actually receive and review every data request that comes into OSSE. And so there is space in ensuring we stand up a web platform that could give individuals access to data that we have cleaned, that we've made sure don't violate FERPA, but would give them access to data if they were going on their own research journey. Then there are more significant aspects of data, some to your point that we currently collect, others that we should endeavor to collect. And what do we do with that data and that reporting? I think I have a high bar for ensuring we remain in compliance with the United States Department of Education. But to your point, as was raised, Chair, I do want us to move from the tone of defensiveness to the tone of we are making historic investments in public education, and we are making historic investments in the modernization of our data structure. And I'd like to be held accountable for how that work plays out moving forward.
So a piece of data, but not exactly longitudinal, is that concerning, I'm thinking of Park, for example. I'm looking, there was this testimony. We wonder what Dr. Grant has in mind to de-emphasize standardized testing and moving forward to allow our students and educators to focus on teaching and learning, as well as her thoughts on how to address cultural bias and racism inherent in our standardized testing more generally. So there are a couple of questions there.
Yeah, they are, and I appreciated receiving them. One, I want to say it's critically important that we administer a statewide assessment in the 2021-22 school year. So I have to lead with that while I engage in the former response to the question. I think it's critically important that we think about assessments from a kind of by design stance. So if we focus deeply on the standards and content that are put before children, and we make sure that they are of high quality and that they are culturally rigorous and diverse. Some of the conversation you heard play out about the science of reading, it is phonemic awareness and sight words, but it's also making sure that there are books that are engaging, that look like our children, that sound like our children, that represent the most diversity of places and spaces on how they enter this country and how they too get access to the American dream. If we start with standards and content, and then we yield an assessment that is of high quality and culturally responsive, we should be able to hold the bar that every child in the district should be able to be proficient on a standardized test. So that's my vision, or that's my mindset around assessments. You heard someone say that I'm a teacher first. I've always used a standardized assessment in my classroom, but what's beyond the test is the actual teaching. And so I think we can engage in a conversation around ensuring our assessments are high quality and that they're culturally responsive, but how do we make sure that that lives and breathes in our curriculum and content so that children sit in front of a test and it's like a non-issue for them. And I would say standardized tests have been a part of my educational journey since I stepped into a classroom. I always say until the SAT goes away, and the GRE goes away, and the LSAT goes away, like until the standardized tests that serve as gateway points for children to have high quality careers in this country go away, we have to be critically important that children beat the brakes off of any assessment we put in front of them.
I'm over my time. Let me turn to my colleagues. Councilmember Lewis George.
Awesome, thank you. And good afternoon, Dr. Grant.
Good afternoon, Councilwoman. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. I'm glad to hear your commitment to improving early learning and the goals of Birth to 3 law. As you know, there are a myriad challenges to solve, or rather opportunities for improvements when it comes to childcare in DC. Availability of programs, affordability of programs, and quality of programs, just to name a few. How do you think about this trifecta, about foundational barriers to successful early child systems, and how would you prioritize OSSE's work within or outside of the Birth to 3 framework to improve our childcare and ECE system?
Thank you so much for the question. It's been front of mind in coming into DC. And first, I do want to give DC a nod for the work that they're doing. Even if you're engaging in the federal conversations around childcare, we really are first in class in having courageous conversations about the early childcare space and sector in place. And we understood something that I think a lot of people just came to understand as a result of the pandemic, that how we take care of the people who take care of our littlest learners, they matter, and they matter more. And so I'm gonna frame out my response in kind of 3 ways. So first, like training, then stabilization, and then a conversation around kind of where we go from here with what we learned. So from a training stance, we've made investments in scholarships, and the administration has made investments so that we get to the space that you framed around credentialing and making sure that individuals are highly credentialed and trained to be before our students. We've made those investments. They're in the FY22 budget. We will continue to make those investments to ensure that people who are in front of our children have the skills to serve them. The middle space is the space where we are making big investments. You are making big investments. It was one of the lines in the sand you drew with me in our first conversation. And so I take the work around pay parity very seriously. It's new learning for me, and I've been very transparent about it. This conversation of ensuring that we don't just have a workforce, but that they're compensated well. As you are aware, and as I have learned, because we have multi-tiered or a different aspect of providers, both subsidized, hybrid, and private, we have to make sure that, yes, we have $58 million set aside to invest in this endeavor. We have to make sure that the resources actually make it into the pockets of the individuals that are providing the service. And with that, OSSE has been a big supporter and convener as we play role in our pay parity or pay equity task force. We've had 2 meetings to date and look forward to reporting not just back to you, Councilmember Lewis George, but to all of Council, the recommendations on how we leverage those resources effectively. Last but certainly not least, the third part of your question, coming out of the pandemic, I'm excited to say that 90% of our facilities have reopened. We have about 33 that are not open. Some of them are still in downtown. So we are actually doing the work that you speak of. This week, actually, we stood up a 38, 35 $8 million stabilization grant just for childcare facilities, because we learned that it is important to keep the base stable while we think about growth and scale. That's the final set of resources I'll talk about. We are standing up additional resources so that providers have navigated the pandemic. They're thinking about where we need to open doors, and we want to be there in partnership to get those doors open to make sure we are serving our children. And I just want to say, you have my full commitment in this area.
Okay, great. I was going to ask, so what you're committed to standing up this program to raise wages for early childhood educators. Will it be, do you think it will be in time for payments to be made in advance of the 22-23 school year?
So that's the big work that we're endeavoring with the task force. So it's having the resources, but it's stepping back and thinking through the distribution of funds. I can tell you that we will stand up resources, they will be dispersed, but I really do want to rely on the great work of the task force to give us true recommendations on how we scale those resources out. Is it a multi-year endeavor? You have my commitment around the growth and scale of the team at OSSE. I've already looked at one iteration of how that team is going to grow and scale to make sure we can meet the challenges of the work.
Okay, great. I want to do a quick one as well. I'm sure you heard about our Grow Your Own Teacher Training Program. Is OSSE currently in the process of hiring someone to administer the new Grow Your Own Pathways grant program? The council funded in the budget as well. That's the other big budget item we funded and need a commitment to dispersing those funds and making this program stand up, as well as the child care program.
Yeah, I was so excited when Scott raised the question. OSSE is having its first ever hiring fair next week. So please visit us at osse.dc.gov. We have over 40 positions listed, and one of them is this Grow Your Own position.
All right.
So it'll happen.
Okay, great. The chairman touched a little bit on governance, data already, but as you know, one of the other pieces is in the Budget Support Act for fiscal year 2022 requires OSSE to work with Octo on a plan for improving its data system. Are you all on track to meet the March 31st, 22 deadline for this plan?
We are.
Okay. Basically, another part of this requirement is for OSSE to develop a course tracking system across LEAs. This will be particularly helpful for students in the care of DC, like students in foster care and those involved with justice system who change schools a lot. And we talked a little bit about this before, and some of your Philadelphia people came to talk about your work, particularly in this area. Just wanting to get a sense of, are you all in the process of also making sure this requirement is there as well?
We are, and I just want to underscore, I think it's critically important, some of what the reasons were raised in Philadelphia. You need to have an understanding of all the courses taught across the sector, particularly as you want to align courses to student need. So if there's a child in Ward 8 that wants an AP physics course, we need to be able to point them to a school that's offering it and make it available. That's work that I'm curious about. I won't take your time, but I have a lot of thoughts around the way we stand up courses across the district, and then what we do with the data we learn around what we're providing. I think it's critical to closing opportunity gaps for children.
Absolutely. Speaking of hiring fair, another piece of this hiring fair that I know is in the hiring fair next week. You know where I'm coming. It is DOT. Are there DOT positions next week? And I say this because I technically believe we need a separate oversight roundtable on OSSE DOT at this moment. And so I know we won't get through all the issues today, but in Ward 4 particularly, I've heard several complaints from parents about OSSE special education transportation shuttles being late, losing track of students. We've talked about this in great deal. What will you do to improve OSSE DOT services and rebuild parent trust in this area? When will these changes, hirings, and trainings be implemented?
Yeah, so again, I'm going to try to say three things really fast. One, want to thank you for your work and thought partnership. And as we think about having access to community voice on this, I really do want to figure out how we work together to engage in the work. No one said this from Philadelphia, but we transported 80,000 children every day. Most of them were my children. And so deeply understand the nuances of a transportation system First, we actually need to go through transportation modernization. We have the resources allocated, the investments have been made, but things like GPS, video cameras, audio, all of those things play a critical role. You know, I come from a world where a parent can open their phone, look at an app, see where their kid is on the bus, and that just takes the tone down overall. So we started a pilot, we've navigated a pandemic. That work will be back on track for spring. So that's one there. You reference hiring. We are always hiring. We are in the middle of two things: a nationwide shortage. But I can tell you that that DC has the most compelling and comprehensive set of benefits across the DMV. So I can tell you today that we have 31 drivers in pre-employment. I'm eager and excited to get them on the road.
Okay, great.
And I do want to just make sure I acknowledge and just say thank you. Our bus drivers have been on the road throughout the entire pandemic. Right. They have served us well. The reality is,
I know you lost a bus driver or a few bus drivers to COVID.
Yeah. And so not only have we lost some of our members to the pandemic, we also had 25 drivers retired. So they have served our district well. And they chose to retire, and we thank them for their service. But I want to acknowledge that the labor shortage, those realities, the reason that there are disruptions in time is because we are doubling and sometimes tripling service routes to meet the needs of getting our children to and from school safely. And it's very different than a traditional bus structure. So I can't just tell children to like stand on a corner and get picked up. I can't, like each individual student, someone called me and said, like, I see 3 OSSE buses on one street. And I was like, well, depending on the needs of the children, you will. But again, I'm trying to be mindful of your time and just acknowledge that I'm very aware of the situation and the work will improve.
So we have 31 new bus drivers about to come on, I'm hearing, and okay, yes.
Councilmember, you have a second round.
But I'm about to leave transportation real quick. 31 new bus drivers are about to come on. We're hiring at the job fair. And what was the other? And we're going to try to get the app that you all had in Philadelphia here in the district so parents can actually follow their children. Okay.
And there's one more thing I'll talk about in the next round. Just remind me.
All right. Thank you, Chairman.
And the member will have 9 minutes and 30 seconds next.
Wow.
Councilmember White, you're on.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Dr. Grant, thank you for being with us today. One of the public witnesses mentioned the park test and said that the district is the only jurisdiction that uses that test. Is that your understanding?
That is not my understanding, but give me a second, I'll confirm that. We still are a part of a park consortium, which leads me to believe that we're not the only district administering the test. We have seen a shift in who is using park, but that is our assessment. It will be our assessment for the 2021-22 school year.
Did you have concerns about cultural bias in standardized or cultural sort of responsiveness in standardized tests?
I think that's a broader question than concerns about park. I don't have concerns about park. I think it's a broader conversation around assessments overall. And there are so many different types of assessments that I would want to be mindful of the type of assessment, who's it administered to, all of those things were large. My answer around making sure we're culturally aware and responsive across the continuum of education is truly how I see this issue. We've moved leaps and bounds away of, asking children questions that might not reflect the life and space that they're living. I also think that there's work that we will continue to do forward on this year's part. In addition to questions, we always sample new questions to make sure that we're building in terms of making sure they're culturally responsive. And that's the work of our state agency. That's the work of our State Board of Education. That's the work that I'm excited to endeavor if confirmed into this role.
So you had mentioned sort of the need to test to get an assessment of where our students are sort of during COVID, which I think we have to. How do we balance sort of the need for more culturally sensitive tests with our need to test our students to get an idea of where they are right now academically?
Thank you for the question. It's a great question. In the climate that we live in, it's the right question. I I sit on the consortium with PARC where we actively engage in conversations about that specific assessment. I think more broadly, putting my teacher hat on, as we're thinking about assessments, building the assessments, how do we actually make sure our children are seen and reflected in the assessment? I think outside of council, we could engage in a conversation with stakeholders about the quality of assessments. I look forward to actually following up with Scott on this specific topic. I'd be interested in hearing more from him and the teachers he is meeting and speaking with about how we go on this journey. But it's not just us, it's, you know, other states across the union are engaging in this exact type of conversation. We all use items to think about the way to push this conversation forward.
I hope you will engage, folks. I'm sure you will on this question. I think most, you know, I hear a lot. I know you hear a lot that our kids are tested too much, but I also think that we need a way to sort of track growth and to track the work that we're doing. Let me move to a different issue, which is a data issue that concerns me a great deal. What can we do to better understand why outcomes for Black students, among others, are so much lower than outcomes for white students? I'm concerned that we don't sort of disaggregate our data enough to draw real conclusions. Black students come in many forms and fashions, and all I know right now is the high level number. I don't know how it corresponds to income, to other aspects, but if we're going to improve outcomes for Black students, I think we're going to have to delve further. So what can we do there?
So one, thank you for the question. Two, I agree with the framing of the question because it's critically important to not just bifurcate between race. We actually have to look at race, class. Are you a new arrival in this country? How long have you been in this country? Are you an L learner? Are you not? How does the performance on the English language learner assessment intersect with your performance on a standardized assessment in math or reading? And how does that intersect with literally where you live and the conditions with which you operate in? Those are all different metrics. And so I think on the front end, I want you to deeply appreciate that I understand your question. On the back end, that's the conversation, feels like the conversation I was having with the state board president and vice president as we started to engage in conversations around the framework. What are we measuring? How do we know that we know? It does live in this space around subgroups. I have committed to them, will commit to you, that we will continue the conversation around subgroup metrics, but I wanted to frame that it is more robust than just Black students versus white students. It's deeper and it's in the subgroups where we actually see the performance. That's why I testified about some of the work I've done on special populations, because it is students with English language learners, students with disabilities. It's a wide array to make sure we move the metric forward. I look forward to not just engaging in conversations about the framework, but how we report data that shows subgroup analysis so we can be crystal clear about the progress that we're making.
I appreciate that. And if you're confirmed, expect that I will push you on it because we increasingly take a data-driven approach, but I think this is a huge data gap for us. Let me move to the star rating system, and I appreciate that there is, I think, a lot more receptivity now than there was a few years ago about taking another look at this and the impacts that the star rating system has on many of our schools. It has been criticized, including by me, as being inequitable and biased and not an adequate representation of school performance. That actually has the impact of sort of, having a drain on schools because parents, in a very practical way, when you have school choice, we're looking at schools across the entire city and you need a filter, and so one of those filters may be geographic, but outside of that, parents are filtering out by the number of stars. And so we need to make sure that the star rating system is accurate and gives a full and complete picture of our schools. So will you commit to working with the State Board of Education to review and possibly revise the star rating system within the next year?
Well, so first, thanks for the question. I'm always mindful, particularly when I'm talking to members of council around timeframes. And I want to frame out two realities. One, I truly have had this conversation with the state board. It was the first set of conversations I've had with every member I've met with. This reality that prior to the pandemic, when I was not here, there were rich conversations around high school growth. How do we report those metrics? How do we start to make improvements to the framework? Unfortunately, some of those conversations have been paused due to the pandemic. But I mean, first conversation was framework stars. And I've heard everything from, we don't like the stars, we don't like the framework, but you fix it. And I want to make a commitment to you that it won't just be me fixing it, but we are eager to engage with the State Board of Education. They are about to stand up their process for public engagement. And so I don't want to get ahead of their thunder at my confirmation hearing, but I expect to receive recommendations from them in early January or early February. We then at OSSE will engage in a robust set of stakeholder conversations. I do want to land at my confirmation hearing that I've had experiences with multiple frameworks across multiple jurisdictions. I've operated schools in New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and Delaware, which each have very dramatically different ways of talking about accountability. And in Philadelphia, our framework system would say, watch, model, intervene, and reinforce. We were able to stand that system up for traditional schools, schools in alternative educated settings, and our innovation schools. And so regardless of the school type and ability to better understand what's happening behind the school doors, I look forward to engaging in that conversation and the tweaks to the framework. The second part I do want to land for this group is we are in the process of getting guidance from the United States Department of Education around timing for making changes to frameworks. So as we are in the middle of recovery, we have not yet gotten guidance around what that process looks like. So that is why I'm sensitive to say this year. So if we weren't in a pandemic, I would be like, yep, sure, we're going to go through the process. But I do want to be mindful.
Dr. Grant, let me, if I can, I'm sorry, let me wedge in
one
last
fine.
question before the time ends. And this comes from students. This past spring, we heard testimony from students on the need to normalize and support queer and Black youth. How will you increase queer affirming learning spaces within our public and public charter schools?
It's, as I was putting together and thinking about like folks who could speak, I really wanted David Johns from the National Black Justice Coalition to speak. My work around supporting LGBTQ students and more importantly, our trans students is critical and front of mind for me. That is the space that I was talking about when we say we are past the state of Black and white. We are at a state now where we have to make sure that the identity of every single child and the intersectionality of that identity shows up in their schoolhouse. So you can be Black and queer, you can be Black and trans, you can be white and queer, right? Like all those things matter. In Philadelphia, I went through a robust campaign to have trans bathrooms inside of a school. And the kids were like, no, Ms. Grant, they're just bathrooms. And in fact, when we built the school, they were just bathrooms. And so the work is around what are the needs of the child and how do we make sure that we do not lose a child while they are going through the process of understanding their own identity, and we create safe spaces for them to experiment, learn, grow, cry, do all the things children do, and come out on the other side a productive citizen ready to participate in our city. And so I'm sorry that was long. It's really important to me because we cannot afford to lose our children while they are making critical choices about their identity.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you very much, Chairman. One moment. All right. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Grant, and congratulations on your nomination and your helpful remarks so far. We'll see how much we can get through in this round. I'm curious your plans on reducing class sizes and if you've made any considerations to capping class sizes or establishing a smaller cap for classes with a higher percentage of at-risk students.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Pinto, and thank you for the engagement that we've had thus far in my 4 months on this journey. I think your question around class sizes for me is really targeted around supports for at-risk students, and that's how we prioritize our investments in efforts at OSSE. So even in the standing up of our high impact tutoring investment, we are trying to target the resources to our at-risk schools first. I'm curious to hear more and learn more about class sizes and ways that the state education agency could play a role in that conversation. But on the front end right now, our ESSER investments are targeted to at-risk learners, but want to engage more with you on the conversation about class size.
Okay, well, thank you. And, certainly a great concern around our at-risk students, but I think overall, across the district, a consideration of reduction in class size is important for all of our classes and all of our schools. Can you talk to me a little bit about teacher retention? We heard from some of our witnesses earlier that we have to be careful with the language we use around teacher retention or what our goals are, but I'm particularly concerned about high rates of teacher turnover and staffing shortages and burnout that we've seen, especially this year, and how you plan to tackle that.
So thank you again for the question. As I shared with the chairman, we are in the process now of collecting the data from across all of our LEAs, district or charter, their current teacher retention data, so we can have a robust conversation about the workforce. But this week I had a meeting with my teacher advisory council. I'm really excited that I was able to engage with them, and do want to publicly again say we have stood up the application for the 2022 class of teacher advisors. And so if you know great teachers who want to have my direct ear, I would love to spend time engaging with them. And what we heard from them is directly connected to this conversation. So we need to be mindful of teachers that are leaving the profession versus teachers that are leaving one school to another school, teachers that are staying within DCPS or going to a charter. What's the why behind that movement? We also need to think about teachers that are growing in their career, and how do we acknowledge that we didn't lose the teacher stayed in the profession, they just made a different choice on where they want to serve. I think the question that's top of mind for all of us is, how do we prevent teachers from leaving DC? How do we celebrate their Herculean work? And how do we make the most of saying thank you, but thank you in an authentic way for all of the leadership that they've shown through the pandemic? That's the conversation I started with my council, and looking forward to engaging in that conversation with all of you at our upcoming hearing. And I do think that we should all come to the table understanding that our teachers have undergone a seismic amount of work over the last 20 months. It's critically important to not just say thank you, but also think about the role of the teacher, what is on the plate of a teacher. How do we build systems and structures to support what takes place in the classroom? I was at a Montessori school last week, and there were 4 different teachers in a classroom. There was a teacher of record, there was a special education teacher, there was a recruit, there was a resident teacher, and then there was like a teacher assistant. And each individual in the classroom played a critical role into keeping that class functioning and supporting the needs of the students. And so I'm eager in seeing all the different models of what it looks like in DC, and then coming together as a community to talk about the art of teaching and then teacher retention.
Okay, beautifully said. Thank you so much. What do you envision as the appropriate relationship between OSSE and the State Board of Education representatives, particularly giving respect to the fact that they are elected State Board of Education reps?
I mean, that conversation would last for hours, so I'll be mindful. Again, something people didn't reference in talking about my time in Philadelphia, but I reported to the Board of Education, at times the superintendent, at times council. And so I think, governance aside, I think it's important to have a good working relationship with the State Board of Education. And I've prioritized that in my time since I've arrived in June. I want everyone to be mindful. I've only been here since June. But in that time, I have met with the president of the board and the vice president of the board every single month without fail. Either myself or my team have directly engaged in working sessions. I would like to tout that we were able to get our educator provider preparation regulations passed by the state board with a unanimous 9-0 vote. And so what the public saw as a passing of regulations, behind the scenes, Herculean rounds of working sessions with OSSE's Division of Teaching and Learning. And to answer your question, that's the relationship. The state board plays a critical role in approving standards, our frameworks, our regulations. They make recommendations to OSSE. We work collaboratively around what's possible. And when there are moments of impasse, we should transparently engage in that process. I have attended every meeting. There was one meeting where I did not provide my remarks. My chief of staff did that for me, but I listened to the meeting. And so I've tried to be very mindful of sitting through the entire meeting. And then in my following month's update, really touching on the point raised in the meeting, whether it be homelessness, whether it be charter school facilities, any issue that I heard coming out of the conversation, I try to report that back in my discourse. And so I think there should be a healthy tension between the state board and the agency required to do the work. But I also think, and I've seen just in 4 months what's possible. We are about to engage in our social studies standards work together. It is critical work to do in the nation's capital at this time. I'm delighted that most of the state board members have given their full support in engaging in that work with me. And honestly, I've been thankful for the reception for the president, the vice president, and members of the board that you heard from today.
Thank you. So our Ward 2 State Board of Education rep, Alistair Chang, is very committed to improving our literacy in our DC schools, which is significantly behind where I think we all would agree it should be. Do you have any efforts or strategies or ideas underway to improve our literacy rates in our schools?
It's interesting that you raised the question. I would circle back to the state board because one of our representatives is not just an expert in this work, but has played a critical role in supporting the work of our comprehensive literacy plan. I'd say on the front end, we have engaged in the work. We have more work to do. We received a $16 million grant from the federal government to release resources to schools to improve their literacy work. Alistair, who I believe is from your ward, is a leader in that work with us. We had a great joy of serving on a panel today, in my early tenure, about the literacy work. I look forward to working with him and others in moving that work forward. And I did just want to, there were several people who raised the question around the science of reading. I do believe in the work. It's critically important. Teaching children how to read is so much more than just like showing them a book. I think we've done really good work in Philadelphia, in DC, and we have a lot more work to do moving forward.
Oh, certainly true. And I'm grateful for Alistair Chang's focus on this issue. So in our kind of final minute, as you have hopefully been able to tell since you've been on the job since June, we have an amazingly engaged community and families and students who really want to be part of the process. What is your plan to expand upon community engagement?
Thank you. It's a great question. I do want to take a second and note we have so many pathways of engagement currently at OSSE. Aside from individuals emailing me, which they are always welcome to do, I do have a parent advisory council, a teacher advisory council. I've engaged in a lot of students thus far who have told me that they expect there to be a student advisory council, and I look forward to going through that process. We had a student advisory council in Philadelphia. It was a joy to engage with our learners, and so I want to stand that work up. We do have also a series of different ways for individuals to engage. Even when I think through the process of our educator provider regulations, we have community events, public opportunities for people to get feedback and comment. I have heard the request for there to be more. I'm curious to hear ideas around how we could do more to make sure we're authentically engaging the public. I will say that the work regarding changes to the framework will require OSSE to engage the public in a multitude of ways, and I look forward to doing that work with you all and with the state board and with a variety of community-based organizations to make sure that we're hearing the feedback as we're making any tweaks or changes, or as we are seeking to improve services. And I just want to note that I'm very clear about the level of engagement that individuals want to have in this process in DC.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. And I think, one other way could be publishing enrollment data, publishing vaccination data, so that families can follow along and know what's going on in their school community. But I am out of time, and thank you very much. And congratulations again on your nomination, and thank you, Chairman Mendelson.
Thank you. Councilmember Che, do you have questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Dr. Grant.
Good afternoon, Representative Che, or Councilmember Che.
Or Mary, or
no, not in this setting.
Or your eminence, that would be okay too. All right.
I could go with your eminence, that works.
Okay. Now, as you no doubt know, the council has in front of it legislation that would make OSSE no longer subordinate to the mayor, give OSSE a certain degree of independence. What is your view about the fact that OSSE currently, the current structure, OSSE oversees the mayor in one sense, but is also subordinate to the mayor? Does that create any kind of conflict of interest? For example, maybe you heard one of the witnesses say that in the past, OSSE has had some programs that they wanted to pursue, but they were vetoed by the mayor. In other words, OSSE thought they had ideas and they wanted to pursue them, but the mayor said no, and so it was no. What's your view about that relationship?
That's such a loaded question. I would joke and say your eminence, but it would take away from the severity of the question. So first I would say I actively listened in on the independence conversation. I do want to note that I support the remarks of the DME with respect to disruptions to a governance structure. We are intertwined in recovery, and my focus right now is keeping our schools open, supporting our LEAs, making sure that we understand learning loss, administering an assessment, making sure the buses leave the depot, pick our children up and get them back to school. I think the second part of my thoughts on this issue, one is I'm in the process of budget formulation. There isn't an idea or a concept that OSSE has put forward that has quote unquote been vetoed. And I don't want to spend this precious time kind of reflecting on things that occurred before I came here. What I will say is I've had the opportunity to serve in multiple governance structures. Something that folks in Philadelphia did not touch on is that I started my role under the School Reform Commission. We went through a 3-year process of returning to local control and standing up a different structure. And so in the spirit of thought partnership and being able to engage in those conversations, I would look forward to having them once confirmed. In the 4 months that I've been here, I have been able really, really quickly to do all of the things that have been outlined with respect to reopening, making quick investments, standing up resources, leveraging across DC agencies. Even the hiring fair that we're having next week is a function of being a part of this administration and a part of this government.
If I could cut to the chase.
No, that's fine. Go for it.
So essentially you're saying we're getting along fine, and that in any event, we have a lot of things in front of us, and this is too heavy a lift to undertake now.
I would say there is a lot of work at play as we are in the middle of recovery.
Okay. All right. Now, you also know that the auditor in the spring released this report, which you alluded to, you read, about the OSSE's collection of data, and the statement, the conclusion that it lacks integrity. It found that OSSE actively limited access to data, stymieing research efforts, and refused to utilize data that would support meaningful policy change. And the audit underscored a long-term concern that I've had and others have had, that OSSE's primary motives, and this is before you, in how it collects and presents education data, is reinforcing the narrative of quote unquote constant growth in the school system, ignoring real issues in order to highlight successes. So in that regard, what can we do to restore confidence in OSSE's collection, evaluation, and transparency with respect to data, especially since some of the data manipulation, forgive me, came, from certain LEAs where they were under pressure to report this, that, or the other thing. How do you know that we're not getting garbage in and thereby getting garbage out? How do you supervise all that? How are you going to fix this?
Well, again, I love that.
30 seconds or less. Of course.
30 seconds or less. We are very excited that we've inked the deal on our research practice partnership. It allows us to raise these questions and others around the quality of our data and how do we know that we know that we know. I think a lot of the conversation I had with Councilmember White around subgroup data collection, what that looks like and sounds like. I will end by saying we have to actually provide very high quality technical assistance to LEAs while they're interfacing with data systems and being very, very mindful. I went through the process of collecting information on the continuous education plans and this round of collecting data for the local assessment report. And I can tell you, each individual LEA is different, and OSSE has to make sure that we're meeting LEAs where they are so they produce the data that we need so that we can provide the information that the public has
Okay, and
requested.
part of this is being rigorous, of course, about each LEA and what it's reporting and being able to have systems in place that can check against, inaccurate or intentionally misleading of data. So there have to be things in place. It's almost like the IRS, random audits or something like that, of the different schools.
I want to be really clear that we don't frame the state education agency as the IRS, right? So that is the scary.
No.
We are here to provide support and guidance. And then when necessary, we
put
can
IRS over here. But the idea about random audits to make sure that, again, if you have bad data coming in, you're going to have bad data going out, and you have to have some systematic way of ensuring that each LEA is reporting accurately. That's my point about that. So let me ask you, you've been on the job for 4 months, not a terrifically long time, but nothing either. Have you directed your staff in OSSE to collect data in a different way? Have you superintended that already in terms of how data is obtained?
I would say, as we are approaching our reporting requirements for March, I have ensured that we have gone through the process of making sure we can collect course level data and engaging in that conversation. We also are engaging in the conversation around the early warning data system. We are making investments in our data infrastructure. And it means a lot that we are moving from having data warehouses that are systems and structures in a building, shifting that work to the cloud, thinking about how we set up our web presence online so folks have access. So I have been superintending thus far. What I've tried to frame is that this data modernization is a part of our work from fiscal 22, which we're in now through 24. And in that time, you will see a robust set of data collection efforts from OSSE to produce the reports that currently exist and ones that we have not endeavored to create. And I would say that this work has to be done with LEAs as the questions that you have raised. We have to make sure that the LEAs are collecting the data so that we can make sure that we are able to collect the data. That's been my aha moment since being here, like teacher data, right? That LEAs have to be doing exit interviews with teachers to understand why a teacher is leaving. Then we can collect the data point on why a teacher is leaving. So it's a through line back to what happens in schools. Lucky for me, I come from an LEA, so I'm really mindful on how we really understand collecting the right information.
To pick up on, one of your observations, about our children, and this goes even to, early child learning, certainly, pre-K all the way through. We have to have a sufficient way to see when any student is struggling so that we can have an intervention at an appropriate moment. Because because you've been around this, area, that if a student slips through the cracks early, we may never get them back. And I'm just concerned that we're not, one of the pieces of legislation that I have is to kind of create it's not really an IEP, but something like that for a struggling student so that we can focus on that student, find out what's wrong with that student situation. Maybe it's a home situation. Maybe it's a health situation. Maybe it's all kinds of things, but we would have a plan that fit that student to help that student come back to where they need to be. Now that seems like a heavy investment, but I don't know, other than that one-to-one kind of an approach for struggling students, how we're going to be able to save them. So I would hope that you could embrace something like that, and it would follow all the way through. The piece of legislation I'm talking about now even would create, an office to help our graduates. So many of them graduate. I'm the first in my family to graduate from high school, not college, high school. When I went to college, it was like, wow, what's this all about? So, and they struggle. They struggle with finances. They struggle with fitting in. They struggle with so many things. We should be able to help them out even after they leave DCPS or a charter school. Don't you think?
Chairman, am I allowed to respond?
Absolutely, you can.
Yes, you may.
So I did want to just touch on 2 quick points. I led the Innovation Network in Philly, and for most of our schools, children had individualized learning plans that surfaced some of the things that you're talking about, not just their academic achievements, but their social emotional well-being, things that took place in their homes. I think about when I was in 5th grade and my mom was hospitalized for 6 months. The educators in my school knew that, and they were able to make sure I had a bunch of supports. I didn't slip through any cracks, and everyone knew, right? So I want to flag that. And then I do want to learn more about your idea around the Office of Graduate Support. I am a first-generation college graduate. In college, I worked for the Office of Freshman Advancement. There's so many things that happen when a high school student takes that next step. We in the administration have set up a ton of resources. And so I want to hear more about what that Office of Graduate Support could look like and sound like, because children will drop out of college if they can't afford a textbook. And I think all of us collectively know that there would be resources to get that child that textbook. So I want to hear more about that idea.
Well, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence. I'm done with my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon / evening, Dr. Grant. I'm gonna try to do this in one round because I gotta pick up a kid. So let's get to it. Let's talk about, start with talking about special education, actually. One of the things that I have been deeply concerned about during the pandemic is not just around the education for students who have IEPs, but also around early intervention and identification, especially since, Strong Start had to essentially move much of its programming virtually. But beyond that, we know that there were a lot of students or kids in general, like if we're talking about the early intervention age, who weren't in childcare settings, who might have missed pediatric appointments. Are you at all concerned about, quote unquote, the backlog, if you will, of students who have issues that we didn't catch, and whether or not we have enough resources once we do identify those young people to get them caught up?
Oh, and first, good evening, as it were. Thank you for being here for the journey. I'll answer the question with the latter question first. We have significant resources, and a lot of our ESSER and recovery work and funding has been set aside for special education. One, to improve our services. So we have launched an entirely new special education parent portal. Parents can navigate different scenarios, figure out who's on first for access and options. I want to just make sure we frame that work. Second, I'm excited with the blessing of the state board, we are going to engage with the Office of the Ombudsman to open a special education parent resource center. So parents who don't have access to the internet or don't want to interface that way, they can go in person and receive supports. Because in my 4 months, part of what I've realized in this conundrum is when a parent realizes that there is something happening with their child, they're unsure on who's on first to receive the support. So from a resource perspective, we have a strong continuum of support that starts with Strong Start. I do want to say hi to the Strong Start family and team. They're amazing educators. They have figured out how to do all of their work, even in a virtual setting. So that work still exists, but I did want to start there. The second part is this journey. So special education has been a priority and a strategic initiative for OSSE since I got here. It will continue as I move forward, and having all sorts of conversations with our team around some of what I've discussed and a lot of other things around how do we just make sure when a parent realizes a child has a need, that need is identified and the supports exist at the LEA level. And then how do we make sure we're assessing children so that if a child no longer has a special education classification, they can get declassified and moved back into general education. The final thing I want to talk about really quickly is our micro-credentialing program.
Oh, wait. Sorry. Well, I want to ask and I want to pinpoint, sort of drill down a little bit deeper, because I feel like we have done a lot of waivers and provided a lot of grace to LEAs in the pandemic in terms of a whole variety of things. But for you, what does accountability look like? And when do we start saying, okay, you can no longer use the pandemic as your excuse and you need to follow the law?
I would say for us at OSSE, it started when I was reviewing the continuous education plans. I kept going back and forth to schools saying like, no, that's not enough. We know that we didn't meet the needs of the students when they were virtual. As you are reopening this building, how are you thinking about providing educational services to special education learners and meeting their needs? So I would say for me, it started there. Then I think we drilled down into some of our more strategic focus that I talked about. Right. I think it's critically important to have clear and very high expectations for special education and thinking through our accountability structures. I started talking about micro-credentialing only because it does start with the training. It's like making sure that we don't just have special education teachers, but we have general education teachers that know how to identify special education needs as they develop or as they are seen in children. Then it's stepping back to make sure that we have the right appropriate identification and placement processes for children. I am always concerned about children being oversubscribed to special education when 9 times out of 10, the baby might just need glasses. They might not need an IEP. So we got to make sure that we are providing the right technical support for that space. And then I think it's establishing a system of school-wide supports. And so that, again, sometimes special education is not special education. It's mental health, it's behavioral health. Sometimes a child is hungry. All of those things can quickly lead someone to say that a child needs an IEP, and that might not be true. To close the answer, at the end of the day, children, LEAs are not meeting the needs of schools, they need to be held. If LEAs are not meeting the needs of students, they need to be held accountable, particularly with regard to special education, because we are still doing the monitoring that's required through IDEA.
Okay, so as a part of the plans, the continuous learning plans, you looked at them when they turned them in, you said, nope, you gotta make some refinements, et cetera. How often are you checking in terms of the progress of those?
So now what we've said to schools is as they make updates to their current state of teaching and learning, they should make those updates in the plans. What we are in the process now of doing is like our more general auditing and monitoring. This week, I told LEAs to be on the lookout because we are going to roll out the schools that are under additional monitoring and guidance from OSSE, and it could be from an entire range of issues, but we are just announcing like these are schools that are going to get a lot of extra support because we are looking forward to holding you accountable for the work that you're doing in front of our children.
Okay. Thank you for that. I want to sort of shift a little bit because another area of work that OSSE does that doesn't get a lot of coverage, but shout out to the post-secondary education team because I think that they do a lot of great stuff that doesn't get a lot of praise. I am curious in terms of, what is your vision for how the district can better align what we're doing in the classroom in the pre-K through 12 environment with the workforce needs of the district so that we have kids who are graduating with not just diplomas, but jobs?
Oh, I mean, we're speaking the same language. I got excited because so much of my work in Philadelphia really was around post-secondary options. Children need access to college. Most children need access to college and career. And then children who don't want to go to college, I think, particularly when I was teaching and coming up in the work, it was this emphasis on like everyone has to go to college. And we missed that like a CDL licensed bus driver right now makes a ton of money and they are in high demand. And so just to your question, I'm excited that OSSE runs the Re-Engagement Center. I think it's critical that any child who has, left school has an opportunity to re-engage. I'm excited about the investments that we're making through multiple pathways for scholarships, DC Futures, and Mayo Scholars. And I want to talk about the Advanced Technical Center that we are designing with a significant investment from the Bowser administration. It is directly connected to the question you're raising. We are stepping back and looking at high wage, high need careers and designing a technical system that would take a child right out of a classroom into apprentice-based learning opportunities so that they could go from school to career. I'm giddy about that because I ran the workshop school in Philadelphia. It was a school that had carpentry and an auto body clinic inside a high school. Children literally left high school employed in high wage career options. And I think it's possible to do that work in DC.
Okay, I just want to put a plug in too. So one of the things that I've always been interested in is around not just the funding mechanisms of DC TAG, which I'm always conscious of the fact that we have Congresswoman Norton and she's fantastic, but as the political winds shift, so might that funding. And so we need to really be thinking about that as a city, but also how we evaluate the outcomes of these schools that are using our taxpayer dollars. Because I know what the list looks like, and I've had these conversations with Dr. Mitchell before in terms of if we have schools that are regularly not graduating our students in 5 to 6 years, we need to have some sort of conversation so that we're not getting students unnecessarily in debt and they're not having any sort of degree to sort of show for it. We can go down a whole different road talking about for-profit colleges and that stuff, but we're not going to do that. What I am going to ask you in my little last 27 seconds here is that, so we have the task force on early educator compensation. I'm super excited about that. I've read through the report that you all have done and put together, which is very long and comprehensive. I just want to hear from you in terms of your commitment to meeting the deadline with the task force on getting us the recommendations that we need to roll this out next year.
I want to say a tremendous thanks to all of the work at OSSE of producing that report. It's pretty historic. I'm actually not sure there are many other jurisdictions that are calling out these questions and putting together price modeling and just calling the questions. So kudos to everyone. I am committed to working with the task force to get you all the recommendations. And as I've said, the recommendations will dictate how we release funding this current fiscal year and years in the future. I think we're in this work for the long haul, and I think it's going to be historic. I've said that to you privately, and I think it's worth saying to the whole council.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Oh, he ain't here? Oh,
no. You kind of hinted, Councilmember Henderson, that you might not be here for second round.
That is correct. I have to go pick up my 2-year-old.
Did you get through all your questions?
I did. And if not, I'm happy to have another offline conversation with Dr. Grant on some of those, but I feel I'm good.
Okay. And I'm always lurking behind my blank screen. So thank you. So the second round, this may be the final round. Dr. Grant, as you know, the charter schools are quite proud of their being autonomous. And I guess that's different than the model in Philadelphia. How will you hold charters accountable? To what degree should charters be autonomous from OSSE's policies and regulations?
Thank you. It's a good question. And I'd say that, charter schools in DC are still local education agencies and they have to be in compliance with all federal, local, and required laws. And that includes the oversight to their state education agencies. We plan to hold them accountable as we hold all our schools accountable in sight of the autonomies that they may have in the interface they have with the public charter school board. But as a part of any education system, they have requirements that they must submit and play part of. And I look forward to holding them accountable and also providing technical support and guidance to ensure that they remain of high quality and defer to the public charter school board on tough decisions that they will have to make around the opening and closing of charters.
So when OSSE is thinking about let's say, requiring that all the LAs do something a certain way with regard to vaccine, or he's thinking about requiring certain data to be reported a certain way, and the charters say, hey, we're independent, we don't want to have to do it this way.
Yeah, I mean, you know, just navigating the first 4 months of my tenure, we've endeavored on both of those. So every charter school had to submit a continuous education plan. We were quite clear that they had to be submitted. And we were very clear that if they were not submitted, we were going to publicly disclose that they were not. And so they all were in, they all were reviewed. We had some rounds with certain schools, but they met that mark. I'd say that's true for the work we did to collect data on the local assessment report. Schools came back and said, like, we're in the process of doing it, we're collecting these data, but we held the bar that we must collect this information so that we can engage in the conversation around teacher retention in the workforce. I would say with respect to the vaccine, because they are charters, we do have pathways of ensuring compliance across different school types. So DCPS, charters, childcare, parochial, and even the mandate as it plays out inside the agency. And so in certain areas, we draw the hard line. In others, we make sure that we have specific guidance to the school or entity type, but that's the work of OSSE, and I look forward to continuing to do it.
So that's on the charter side. Now, DCP, so how will you hold DCPS accountable if doing so would go against the direct orders or wishes of the mayor or even the deputy mayor for education?
That's a loaded question. Again, in being compliant to the federal government, we are required to hold all of our LEAs accountable. I think about, early in my tenure, the first meeting I attended were the school improvement plans for DCPS schools. That was me sitting with school leaders, hearing their plans for improvement, calling out questions of concern. And then for me, it meant going and visiting a couple of those schools to see the alignment between what they had said they were doing in their plans and what is actually taking place in the school. I don't know that that comes at the framing of the question, but we plan to hold DCPS schools accountable as we hold all of our schools accountable.
Even if it means friction with the mayor?
I'm sorry, even if it
means friction with the mayor?
I would say that we are going to hold our schools accountable because I do not want friction with the federal government.
One of the pieces of legislation that the council adopted last year, which received some attention during the testimony earlier today, was the bill on dyslexia.
Mm-hmm.
So the bill, if I remember correctly, titled dyslexia. It's actually about reading disorders, training teachers, recognizing it better, various steps like that. And OSSE has a role. Has OSSE begun its implementation? What's your thinking about how hard to press forward with that?
One, I did want to just acknowledge the rich testimony and appreciation of it. I think I continue to be really concerned and focused about literacy and making sure that all children have the supports that they need to read at a proficient level. It's directly connected to my broader conversations around special education. Dyslexia is something that we have rich information on. We know actually how to provide services for students that are dyslexic. And for us, more broadly, as we think about addressing dyslexia and other reading difficulties, we've provided regular supports for PDs that will help educators recognize reading difficulties and screen for those reading difficulties. And it's little things like, is a child reading this way or is a child reading that way? So an educator noticing that is critical to making sure that we've addressed reading difficulties and we've course corrected for them. We've provided awareness and training to all ELA educators. We have come up with a list of screening instruments to meet certain requirements. We've given guidance on this. And in our FY22 budget, we are hiring a full-time employee at OSSE to support the work. And we look forward to bringing on someone to take that work and drive it even further. As a teacher who had experience with dyslexic children, it's critically important that we course correct or provide supports as it's been identified.
Well, the bill has an implementation phasing of several years, and we budgeted for those several years in the financial plan. When we were working on the bill, there was some resistance, And oftentimes resistance gets manifested in terms of, well, the cost is really high. I'm reasonably certain that I will be pressing you in February when we have our oversight hearings, performance oversight hearings on progress with regard to implementing that bill.
Okay.
Shifting subjects, I have heard that OSSE is telling schools that they cannot test asymptomatic vaccinated students.
I have not heard that, so would like to follow up with you on what you're hearing.
Would you please, because the law that we adopted in the beginning of October did not say that the testing was only of unvaccinated. And in fact, since we know that vaccinated can be infected, that it's important that everyone's tested. And further, we have that increasing requirement up to 20% of students. And if the student pool being tested excludes those who are vaccinated, now it's going to be a smaller pool. It's going to be hard to get 20% of all the students tested if the pool is smaller. If you would look at, please.
Yeah, thank you for raising the question concern. We've been, aggressively ensuring that we are in compliance with the legislation. We've had, we're in our 4th week of achieving over 10%. This past week, we got to 14.7, which is just shy of the 15% threshold. And we are now supporting schools toward the 20%. So I'm really mindful of the question that you've raised in the framing, because we've worked really, really hard to stand up asymptomatic testing. And so I want to make sure that we're not only meeting the requirements of the legislation, but we also are hitting the objective of testing in our schools.
Let me reclaim my time because I have a couple more questions. There were a couple witnesses who testified that OSSE is not very responsive. There was one who testified, ensure OSSE responds to taxpayer and resident inquiries. Now, all of that seems to have been before you came to OSSE. You did hear that testimony. Are you going to do anything different to try to ensure that OSSE is more responsive?
Yeah, I was really surprised by the testimony. One, I was very happy that one individual framed that was from 2016, but with the state board member, I actually did look up, I searched my emails. There's one communication that she sent on August 23rd, and it was a letter addressed to the mayor and educational leaders. And in the letter, it made a request for virtual options, but there wasn't a question posed, and the letter wasn't addressed to me. Moreover, I've really worked hard to meet with the state board members. And so unfortunately, she rescheduled her meeting, and therefore we are trying to get to all our state board members. I look forward to meeting with her, but I would say to you, as we sit here today, every head of an LEA has my cell phone number. Many of them have utilized it in the weeks and months as we do the work. Many members of council have access to my cell phone number. And so I take responsiveness very seriously, particularly as we are navigating through recovery, but it's a hallmark of all the people you heard talk about me. I'm responsive to the people who are doing the work, and they need access to their superintendent in order to do their work effectively. So thank you for raising the question. I am going to follow up with Representative Reed to make sure that she knows that I will always be responsive to members of the State Board of Education, and have done so to all of her colleagues, which you heard from too, but I also know you would hear from the president and vice president.
You gave a long answer, so now I'm going to have to exercise chairman prerogative looking at the clock. So one of my questions is, there was quite a bit of emphasis from Scott Goldstein with regard to senior leadership at OSSE not being extensively experienced as teachers. Can you react to that? And don't do it so long, because I have one more question after that.
OSSE is a vast-sized organization. Our Division of Teaching and Learning is staffed with individuals who understand the art of teaching. I have been a teacher, but I want to make sure that the individuals who work in OGC are experienced lawyers. And so, I heard the feedback. I want to follow up more with Scott around what he means about that, Mark. I have just about 5 years of teaching, but then I've taught classes almost in all the high schools that are supervised. But I want to follow up with him, but also acknowledge OSSE is a vast organization. And so the leadership reflects the division of the work that they're supervising. Some of them are teachers and others are not. Some are researchers, like Dr. Mitchell, who's over post-secondary.
Last question. My staff wanted me to ask, what are the strengths and weaknesses? But I think what do you in your 4 months see as the weaknesses of our public education system?
That's a good question, and you want me to have fast answers. One, I am really mindful of the tone. We can't get through this work arguing with each other. We actually have to come to the table and engage in conversation. And so I've worked really hard on the tone, how I conduct myself, how I expect others to conduct themselves when they're engaging with me and other individuals in the agency. I am really, really concerned about the truancy and attendance rates. I look forward to engaging in those conversations. I think we need to reimagine high school and meet high schools at where children are. We learned a lot in Philadelphia because we had so many innovative models that really were designed around advisory or the school day or internships. So like the kid needed to leave school at 1 o'clock to go to work. We had a school designed to meet them there. So then they weren't truant because they had to go to work. So those are two things that are top of mind to me. And I think this conversation around data, I won't say it's a negative. I would say I want to dig deeper into producing a data system instead of metrics that shift the tone.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis George.
Chairman, I want to know that you went over the time, and when I went over, you were deducting from me. And
I won't deduct, but I did have to exercise chairman's prerogative because I am the chairman. I got to mark this thing up.
Acting superintendent, I know you saw it. I know you saw it. You don't got to comment. Okay.
I have no comment.
I want to talk a little bit back. I know a few people have brought this up, but I think what guarantees can you provide that the current conflict of interest, I won't go there. I want to really just get to one of the teacher issues that we have, and we hear from teachers all the time. The question isn't tracking or saying thank you to teachers. It's about a system that puts way too much on teachers and stifles creativity, retesting obsession. I would say there's a testing obsession. It's not an art of teaching matter. And how are you going to make systemic changes to reduce those heavy loads? And what have you done in Philly or elsewhere to successfully take responsibilities off teachers so they can just focus on succeeding in the classroom? What kind of work have you done around the deprioritizing testing? So I guess in short, what I'm asking is, will you commit to developing curriculum that deprioritizes testing, and especially comprehension-based testing versus growth-based testing?
That was a really loaded question. And then I get yelled at for not having quick answers, but I'm going to make an attempt. So one, some of this starts at the LEA level, right? As the state agency, these are the assessments that we must give, fall in line with our assessment calendar, because it's critically important at the end of the day for us to know what children are learning and how are they growing. But at the school level, I think we could provide a lot of technical support around the difference between interim assessments and benchmark assessments. And even as I've sat through conversations, I'm like, well, yeah, I see why your teachers are exhausted because you're giving interims and benchmarks and so we have to make sure that at the LEA level, they are giving local assessments that then will allow them to do well on our summative end of year assessment. So that's work at the LEA level that I'm interested in thinking about and engaging in. And it's directly connected to my work in Philadelphia because I ran project-based, competency-based schools. And so for some of our schools, a benchmark assessment doesn't help them because the content is taught across 3 different units of study. You won't be able to know if a child is learning, but the MAP assessment would be super helpful for them. And so it is LEA conversation. I can commit to you that I'm interested in engaging in the conversation, but when the assessment aligns with the goal, it is a critically important tool for a teacher. I used interim assessments in the classroom, and I could tell you plus or 5 percentage points how my children were going to do on the state assessment. And that gives you power when you think about how to design instruction for your kids. I'm going to stop talking.
Okay. I hear you. And I think we can want to continue this conversation with you further offline. Want to follow up a little bit on the career and pipeline training issues. We have a shortage of early childhood educators and childcare slots in DC. And at the same time, we need to create more good jobs for our DC students graduating high school. What are your thoughts on developing career pipeline and curriculum for high school students to earn a CDA degree when they graduate to build out our ECE workforce with DC locals?
I would love to engage more in that conversation with you as we're thinking about the 4 programs of study at the Advanced Technical System Center. We had robust conversations around the areas that we're going to stand up to ensure that they are directly showing up in our workforce. And so I would love to hear more about your thoughts there as we stand up that resource, because I think it's critically important. The investments we're making on scholarships and career modeling, I think we could continue to do more to make sure we're building our own workforce within our own students.
Okay. I appreciate that. I want to do a little bit of DOT follow-up really quickly. I know I said I wasn't coming back, but these are few ones. I do want to hear more about the innovation that you were going to raise. OSSE customer service and call centers for DOT have also been an issue. What internal work are you doing to address these challenges? And to a point to a witness raised earlier, what larger agency customer service and communication improvements are you undertaking?
So I'd say it's a twofold answer, well, threefold. One, on the innovative side, I'm just super curious about CDL licensure and how we make sure that we're putting students on that path, that we're leveraging our own staff. We have bus attendants, so I'm curious about what we could do with CDL training to literally support the pipeline. I think on a parent engagement stance, one, it is the app, but it's also rethinking our parent resource center so that when a parent makes a call, they immediately get on the phone with the person, because that's what I've lived. So parent emails me, they know they're going to get a response, but it shouldn't have to take going to the superintendent to get a response. And so I'm in my early stages of redesigning it, and I do think it's going to require us hiring additional people to literally work and engage with parents. Third but not least, I'm making investments on my team to build out our family engagement bench at OSSE, so that there are people who parents just know, this is the family engagement person at OSSE. This is who I call. This is who I talk to. It's a through line, not just to DOT, but to all services of the system. Parents shouldn't have to be wizards at navigating the state education agency. I've been here for 4 months and I'm certainly not a wizard, but I'm trying to make sure parents are seen, heard, and valued as they navigate a complex agency.
Okay, great. Well, we're committing to fighting in the budget for more staffing if needed. I think my colleague, Councilmember Henderson, already spoke to a critical issue regarding our students with disabilities. What vision do you have for addressing, I think, a gap in our city with addressing students with special needs? And what some sort of things have you already seen that you want to improve regarding IEPs and also placements for students and the ability for students to have places where they can be serviced in the classroom, obviously being the preference?
I would say on the front end, some of the things I spoke about are new parent portal, stepping up the office with the ombudsman. I think the latter is work that I have to engage in, is getting in schools that provide special education options and really seeing the connection to make sure parents get where they need to be. And if we actually need to make more investments, we will, to stand up those supports. So that is work that I'm going to continue to engage on.
Okay. And I'm happy to continue conversation with you on that. Congress is currently debating the Build Back Better relief package that could include significant funding for childcare and pre-K systems. I know it's risky to bank on Congress, but hypothetically, if the district did receive an infusion of reoccurring funds for early learning, how would you prioritize use of those funds? Conversely, if we don't receive additional federal funding for childcare, how do you think the city should pursue and achieve affordability of early learning childcare for all families? And how do you plan to lead and solve for this challenge?
Well, I would say DC has been leading and solving for this challenge. And so as we await to see what the good folks of Congress come up with, I think we will have a plan of action either way. Currently, we are prioritizing that work. I did reference the standing up of a $38 million child care stabilization grant this week, on top of already significant investments from this administration. We kept our child care sector afloat during the pandemic honored the work that needed to be done to stabilize the system, we will continue to make big investments. I said it in my testimony, it's worth saying it again. Our child care sector stabilizes the economy. Anyone who has a child and lived through the last 20 months realizes that, A, we have to take care of the people who take care of our littlest people, but ensuring that we have a robust system where parents are not spending $1,000, $2,000 a month just to make sure that their children are educated and taken care of. We will continue to push that work forward. You and I have engaged on the infrastructure that has to be built at OSSE just to operationalize the resources that have currently been invested. I do want to acknowledge the exceptional division of early learning. We will be here to operationalize additional infusion of resources from Congress, but we also are operationalizing the infusion that the administration here in DC has already made and the infusion of resources that you all have graciously provided. It's great work. I'm really fired up about it, but I do think we are gonna continue to reframe this narrative around stabilizing the space.
Okay, will you push the mayor to invest even more in childcare down the line to achieve affordability?
Sure.
Okay. Last question is going to start with us, the council. How do you foresee your relationship with the council and really showing up for us for hearings? We have our calls, our COVID calls. There's been touch and go as far as, everyone being present at meetings and calls and hearings. We hear Deputy Mayor Education, but we want to hear directly from OSSE a lot of times. What is your commitment to us as council members for communication and transparency and working together?
So one, I want to be mindful that coming in new to OSSE, I wanted to better understand the relationship with council. And so for me, that did start with meeting with the chair. I've had an opportunity to meet with you all individually. I think I have 2 council members left to no fault of their own or our own. We're literally just getting through the schedule. And I'd say since I've been here, we have tried to be very responsive when there's written communication. Several members of council just call me directly. I've heard about the weekly COVID calls. I'm not sure if that's like an ongoing structure that we should operate in, but I'm really mindful of the request desire to have access to OSSE, and you have my commitment that I will show up for this council the same way I've shown up for Philadelphia's council as we just seek to work together to educate our children. I cannot think of a time where we have not been responsive to written communication, but I look forward to doing the work with all of you.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you. I'm heading out because I have a team playing in the DC Scores Championship, McFarland. So I just want to say, if confirmed, I look forward to working with you on the OSSE data management system improvements, early education, DOT, the star rating system, and all so many of the programs that it's going to take to make sure our students are on track, ready for this careers, but also making sure our teachers are supported and we have the infrastructure in space. So thank you, Dr. Grant. And I'm going to head out and watch my Ward 14 go win this DC Scores Championship.
Thank you, council member.
Yeah.
Thank you, council member. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you again, Dr. Grant. Let me start with an issue that Councilmember Che discussed, which is OSSE independence. The underlying issue is not as some have characterized it as a desire to undermine mayoral control. I think that's an unfortunate and inaccurate assessment about what's happening here. What it is a lack of trust on one side, because we hear what are very much slogans about how well our students are doing, where there's data that tells us that there are places that we're falling short, and sort of a constant desire to not look at the places where we're not doing so well. And that I think looks to some people, looks to me like a lack of urgency or seriousness about those more difficult issues. So less directly about the issue of an independent state superintendent, more directly about your ability as a mayoral appointee to talk about and highlight the places where we are not doing well enough. What can you say that will give us confidence that you will be clear and honest about where we are for better or for worse in our education efforts?
Thank you, Council Member, for the framing of the question and actually the nuance of the question, because I've tried very hard to not weigh in on legislation, but engage in my qualifications and integrity. And so I can tell you two things. You can have a system that's improving, which I believe we have, and then still have areas where we need to improve. Those two things can be true. We engaged in a robust conversation this evening about subgroup performance, peeling back the layers. I think you heard my own principals talk about the work we did in Philadelphia, and I think they were gracious. It's hard to take on the commissioner of prisons. It's hard to take on all the entities that you have to engage in to say children incarcerated need to get credits, and they can be full credits, half credits, quarter credits, but guess what they need to get? Credits. And then nuanced things around, at least in Philadelphia, you don't get your high school diploma before you leave our care, you have to start over. That's a nuance that we have to know so that when I go before a judge, I'm like, this is why we need to keep our children, because I need them to leave here with a high school diploma. So I'm framing all these things to say, I've never been shy around peeling back the layer, because I was a layer. You and I have had robust conversations about my school system, my education. For those watching, I grew up in Hempstead, New York. I shy away from telling people I'm from Long Island because people have visions of the Hamptons, and that's not where I went to school. My high school had a 23% graduation rate. I am sitting before you today because I was a tracked high school student. I had options to dual enrollment. I had options to AP coursework. I got a full scholarship to college, but literally friends I had today didn't get those same options because we weren't having conversations in my own home school district around how to serve all children. And so that's what I bring to you today. I don't shy away from difficult conversations about the education of children because I'm sitting here because things went right for me. My mom sat in the principal's office for a full week until I was put in Regents honors classes. That is why I'm sitting here. If she did not do that one thing, I would not be sitting before you today asking to be your state superintendent. And those are the types of conversations I want to engage in. Those are the types of data metrics that I want to collect. And that is the literal difference between a child being off track and a child sitting here today. There's so many people that like reference where I'm from and having outsiders. I do think all the children should be vying for my seat because I'm responsible for them and they should give me direct feedback on how I'm doing. But I appreciate the question, could talk about it at length. But I look forward to you pushing me on it and others as we push our education system forward. Because I do think two things can be true. You can be doing better.
I agree. I agree. To raise one of the questions asked by one of the State Board of Education members earlier, would you be willing to take questions from State Board members at their meetings?
I want to be mindful of that question because I've sat through meetings and there are questions that are raised that are not answers that are given by OSSE. So like a parent will testify about an issue that they're having at a specific school. What I have done is responded to the state board and said, this was the question, this is how we should direct the parent to achieve the outcome. Or like we had a set of charter leaders talk about a facilities grant we were raising. I heard the concerns, followed up with the charter leaders. And I don't want to say no, but I do want to think more about the process because I don't want to create opportunities for parents.
Well, I'm asking about the State Board members. Will you answer questions from State Board members?
So I meet with the leadership of the State Board every single month. They raise their questions directly to me, and they have a standard procedure that they then share the responses to the questions with the rest of their membership. And so the staff directly have access.
I want to make sure we don't spend. I got a couple more questions. And I'm just asking during the State Board meetings, if State Board members ask questions, will you answer those questions at the meeting?
I would have to discuss it with the state president and vice president. Right now, that's not the structure. And I want to be mindful of some of what we experienced today. I want the State Board to be unified in their questioning so that we can be responsive.
All right,
But I would say during working sessions, I would say during working sessions, the state board has full access to the staff. They are able to raise questions. That is how we got the educator prep standards passed. Like, that was hand in hand, back and forth, every state board member asking questions, getting their answers.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I don't want to spend too much, but these are public hearings, and so it matters. So like the not public meetings, answering questions in public meetings are different things. I think we've exhausted this one. I want to move forward. One of the concerns I had about the auditor's most recent report on OSSE was information raised about student mobility, and there was significant outcome issues for students who are highly mobile. What supports, and this question comes from the state superintendent, what supports can OSSE provide to LEAs serving students who are highly mobile? And what supports can we give to DCPS schools that receive a number of students after sort of their funding date?
Yeah, that was a question that I not only saw raised in the auditor's report, but one more writ large, as we have realized that there's just been a lot of movement through the pandemic. So a lot of our recovery investments are around mobility. How do we welcome children back? How do we know where they moved and how we bring them back? I would say, as I'm rounding out the evening, I'm aware of the mobility issues. One of the concerns I framed for the chair was our truancy and attendance issues, but it's also directly connected to mobility. We do have to stand up more resources and technical assistance to help LEAs support children that come to school in the middle of the year, that shift schools. Some of that's operational, so making sure that data and records with children are able to migrate across LEA systems. And then some of it is actual service. So like, what happens when a child shows up at your school in the middle of February and we have to make sense of their learning? So that is the work. I'm engaging in the work. I look forward to reporting on updates on how we do that work better.
All right. Well, I will ask you about the progress of that in future hearings, because it's a concern that's real. So I guess finally on interagency collaboration, OSSE is responsible for managing the district's adult and family education programs in addition to our career academies within schools. These programs are in line with other workforce development initiatives done by the Department of Employment Services. OSSE and DOES have not always coordinated effectively. In this respect, if confirmed, how will OSSE better coordinate with DOES?
Well, one, I would say hi to the director of DOES, because I know that she's watching. We've had the opportunity to engage in a lot of conversations around the work that we have currently and the work that we can endeavor in the future. Everything from how we're standing up our Advanced Technical Center, the curiosity I'm having around CDL training, and the work that they're doing to take adult learners and put them back into the workforce. I think that there's a lot of synergy there. And I would assure you that you won't see that disconnect between OSSE and DOES in the future, because we've already begun engaging a lot of conversations, and the administration has made investments that bleed through my agency and show up in DOES. So it's a lot of work to do. I will close by acknowledging our hiring fair again. DOS is also participating in the hiring fair. We have amazing jobs across the district, and some of them will go to individuals who are re-engaging in the work market. That's the work of both of us.
Thank you, Dr. Grant. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember White.
Thank you, Councilmember. That's going to conclude the questioning for you, Dr. Grant. We send a letter with questions to nominees, and you will be receiving a letter from me early next week with about 15 questions.
Okay.
Most of them are consistent with financial disclosure questions. That's what most of it is. So
okay.
Wanted to let you know that. As I said, I'm going to wind down the hearing now. This has been a hearing on PR 24-393, the State Superintendent of Education, Dr. Christina Grant, confirmation resolution of 2021. Purpose of the resolution is to confirm the mayor's nomination of Dr. Christina Grant as the state superintendent of education. The record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks. That is, the record will close at 5 p.m. on November 26th, 2021. Dr. Grant, thank you for your willingness to serve, your service thus far, and also your testimony. We've had you on the hot seat for about 2 hours.